First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd like to welcome everybody to tonight's Planning Commission meeting. Agendas for the meeting are on the table up there if you haven't already gotten one. Agendas and minutes for prior meetings can be found on our website. The meeting will follow the agenda as we may amend it here in a few minutes. And other individuals participating on behalf of the township tonight are Brian Ottman, our planning director, Megan Masson-Minnick from Carlisle Wortman, our consulting firm, and Jason Longhurst from our engineering consultants, Nowak and Frost. Belinda, would you take a roll call, please?
Ron Ritchie.
Here.
Jason Borsheim.
Here.
Sam Morocco.
Here.
Bill Scarborough.
Here.
David Lomar.
Here.
Belinda Billings here. Joe Suture.
Here.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Does anybody have any changes they'd like to make?
I'll move to approve the agenda as presented.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Agenda is approved. Thank you. Next item is public comments for items not on the agenda. This is something we do at every meeting. It's an opportunity for the public to bring up things that are not on the agenda. If you're here to talk about things that are on the agenda, you will be provided an opportunity when we get to that agenda item. We usually open it to people in attendance in person initially and then online. We ask you to raise your hand. You will be recognized, and then we ask you to come to the podium and state your name and address, and we encourage you to be brief and concise. So, at that time, I will open the public comment section at 6:02. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Don Coates. I live at 5713 Fenwick. In 1997, my wife and I decided to move here. I'll be brief. We live in the Wingate subdivision. We were looking for a style home that was kind of sold out in the lower original version. So we went up to Sunridge, if you know the roads. It's up on the top. And I heard the traffic. And I said, I just can't, we can't do that. So we went to the lower portion where we live now. And I don't know how many weeks ago, it was a beautiful night and we like to have the windows open, but I heard the highway. And it was like, this is new. I don't remember this. Now it was, it was evening, so everything else was quiet. But then a couple days later, I had come to realize that on the south side of Fleming's Lake Road, the lot there had been cleared. And I just think that may be the root cause of that increased noise. So I'm just curious, you don't have to answer now, but I just wanted to put that out there and hope that there would be some kind of plan for sound absorption. Because it's definitely, without those trees, there's a lot more sound that's coming at our neighborhood in particular. It's right across the street from the church, which is also open. So it kind of works like an acoustic funnel right to the backyards, so.
Thank you. As far as I know, there's no plans for sound absorption, and I guess I would say if you wanted, you'd take that to the board, Brian. Towards the end of the meeting today, there is a tree preservation ordinance, which would put some restrictions on what happened there, which might address part of your problems.
I've been following that and appreciate your work and efforts on that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else in the audience? Again, on topics not on the agenda. Anybody online? Nobody? Okay, one last chance, online or in the audience. I will close the public hearing for items not on the agenda at 6:05.
Public comment, you mean?
Public comment, yes, thank you. I'll correct that.
Sorry to interrupt, so.
No problem. Next item is item F, public hearing, the first one, number one, PC file 2024, Khalid Dagger, requesting a minor PUD plan unit development agreement approval in order to change branding and signage on the former town center car wash. Megan, would you like to summarize?
Sure. As you may remember, the planning commission held a public hearing on this on March 13th, 2025. At that point in time, you postponed. Also, previous to that, you had made, when you first heard this case, you made a decision that it was a minor amendment, and that was for the signage and the branding. A number of things are shown on the resubmitted site plan that are above and beyond that. Those would be adding a pay booth station for the car wash at the back of the site, replanting the trees that were removed at the front of the building, adding new landscaping throughout the site, and then also adding a second dumpster and enclosure. So one of the things that you should do tonight, if you choose to proceed with this, if you choose to grant approval, your decision is to whether to grant approval with conditions, disapprove, or postpone. Since the applicant has been here, this is their third time here, I would urge you to think about, think a long time before you take that postpone option, but that is one of your options on the table. Because they've added these things, you will need to, and again, if you were going to approve or approve with conditions, before that motion, you would need to make a motion that, as presented, this is a minor amendment, with those other things that are included in the site plan tonight. There's also, between when you saw it last time and this time, they've changed that ACM, the aluminum composite material cladding, to silver, in terms of on the building, but also in the sign, and also they've added, the electronic message sign now complies with the zoning ordinance in terms of having still images. A couple of things just to note, that were also highlighted in the engineer's letter and the site visit that they did, and we looked at it as well today, is that where that dumpster is proposed, it takes up 2 parking spaces, and then that dumpster is not in compliance with the zoning ordinance, in terms of what the enclosure is made out of. Also, for site access and circulation, there's a proposed curb where and actually it's built, it's not proposed. A lot of the things that are on your proposed site plan are really almost, things that have been constructed. And then that is only 22 feet and 1.5 inches, when really for the ordinance, it should be 24. When you get to this, we can offer you some suggestions if you're looking to approve, and I'll go over those at the end. So your actions tonight, if you chose to go forward, is approval of 3 wall signs are needed. One planning commissioner noted to me that there was a multiplication error on the site plan. And so the totals that are shown on the site plan are actually, they're 99 point something feet. It should be 100 point something feet. You can approve it based on a condition that it's under 100 for the 3 signs, and that can be checked by staff or committee. And then also, one of the things that you need to decide is whether the area, color, style, and amount of the proposed metal cladding meets the requirements of the Sasheva Town Center overlay. We've noted a number of things that are needed on the site plan in our review, but also based on what I discussed, if you chose to go forward with an approval with conditions, we would recommend that you add the following conditions. 7 staff's parking spaces and a single ADA van accessible space are maintained on the site. The proposed but installed black metal garbage enclosure and receptacle are removed from the site in order to comply with section 10.08 and allow for the parking previously on the site. The total sign area on the south and west elevations does not exceed 100 square feet. The width of the stacking space and escape lane between the proposed curbing and the existing curb near the eastern property line is approved by the fire department. And then, per staff's request, that construction documents be submitted to the building department by June 19th, 2025, close of business.
So those are additional conditions you're recommending that are not listed on your original review letter.
Yes, and
Okay.
I think I listed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those.
We may need you to repeat those later.
I'd be happy to do that, if that's the direction you choose to go.
Sure. Question of clarification. So, the minor amendment motion, it is for the signage, and branding, which we previously indicated minor. It's for the pay booth. I just wanna make sure I got this. It's for, some landscaping, a minor amendment for landscaping.
And the additional curbing that's shown,
Would it be appropriate to say pay booth and corresponding islands and curbing?
yes.
Okay. Dumpster, or,
No, I wouldn't include the dumpster because you're gonna have a condition of approval that the I would recommend that you have a condition of approval that that dumpster is gone.
agreed, okay. Lighting? They're changing the lighting, they're
They are
adding to it.
changing the lighting, yes.
So that should be part of it?
Mm-hmm.
And if I understood what you were saying, they were proposing to reduce the number of parking spaces, which my understanding is that was the case, that would be a modification to the PUD. But sounds like you're recommending that we hold them to the approved parking configuration.
What I said was the approved number of parking,
Okay.
not
It was
necessarily
9,
the
I think.
approved parking configuration.
Okay,
But you could use those
Understood.
words if you felt that that was more appropriate.
okay. Okay, you got anything else?
No,
That was
sir.
a lot. Jason?
So, really 3 issues with the dumpster, the island that was constructed with the less than 24-foot access lane, and then in proximity to that is where their existing handicap parking stall is. It's actually kind of just directly southeast of that island where the new stacking lanes are bisecting that handicap stall. So we're recommending that either be relocated or reestablished in its current configuration and become ADA compliant. Otherwise, the rest of our letter was really just housekeeping items that need to be addressed to meet the site plan review checklist.
I'd like you to elaborate. I was a little confused in a couple of your statements as to whether or not all the changes that have been made at the site are actually reflected on the plans. I wasn't clear about that.
So we did a site visit, and it was specific to the dumpster, but the island has been constructed, the dumpster has been constructed, so that, as Megan indicated, they're not proposed improvements, they're existing at this point.
Okay. So everything that's there is, the plan as depicted is accurate?
As far as what's been constructed.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Planning Commission members, got any questions of our consultants?
I just had one, I guess, on the lighting plan, on the photometric plan that's in the package. You're saying in your notes that the photometric plan meets the standard, but since the lighting isn't depicted correctly on the site plan, like all the light, you make a note that all the lighting is not listed on the site plan, that how can we know the photometric plan is correct if we didn't even list all the lighting on the site plan? I can understand that the
Yeah.
photometric plan says it's correct per
The
our standards, but
Yeah,
how can it be correct if it's not reflecting everything that's on the site plan's not reflecting everything that's on the property, so.
Or do we know what's different?
what's different would be there is, based on staff's inspection, there's 2 additional wall pack lights, or
At least 3.
3 additional wall pack lights, that are they're on the building. And so those would likely, if not, increase the lighting level so that it would be beyond what your maximums are, and in that, those spots wouldn't necessarily cause light trespass. However, I would agree with you that on items to be addressed, the lighting plan meets the requirements of 10-07 is not accurate. And I think in our, requirements that item 4, it said for, if you were considering approving that the lighting plan meets the requirements of section 1007 and reflects the lighting installed and proposed on the subject site. So,
Okay, I just wanted to bring up that in her notes, the consultant's notes, that it says
Yeah.
that the lighting isn't depicted correctly on the site plan, but the lighting plan meets the requirements, so to me, that's a oxymoron, so.
Agreed. Thank you. Sam, do you have something?
I'll just comment on the lighting right now. The LED lights over the vacuums don't appear to comply with our maximum Kelvin rating in the township, looking at the spec sheet from them lights. So that itself, which I think that those lights are so predominant at night, if you drive by and see them, that they would have been a discussion of a condition of the PUD, and now they're brighter than any light, that's allowed in the township, and they're overwhelming, and they're high, you're looking at the bottom of them, so they're technically not shielded from the road like a light would be required to be, because they're elevated on the road that way. So I don't know how you could, with those on, if those, how they're even permissible, but with them being on like that, then definitely to Ron's point, just one of the issues with exactly what Ron brought up is that it's supposed to come to us proving that it's correct, not come to us that they'll prove later that it's correct, because we want it to know what it's going to be. And I'm not in favor of burdening our township to spend their time to go make sure that it was done, because it's supposed to already be done, so the lighting thing I'm with Ron, that's a whole issue in itself, that whether that's in compliance or not. But that's, all of these things to me, it was a sign thing that was a minor PUD. Now it's a whole bunch of site plan issues that are going on that push it past simple things, and you're not even giving us the information that's accurate. You're saying all these hypotheticals that will be fixed down the road to come into compliance, not everything's not detailed and confirmed on the plans, it seems like, that it's gonna all work, so. That's just my initial concerns with that part of it.
Thank you. Anybody else? Is the applicant here? Yes, sir. Would you like to come up and address anything?
Good evening. My name is Nasser Shukair from NC Designers. We're the architect engineers that took over plans, and we fixed accordingly back and forth with Mr. Ryan and some other staff from the building department that we talked to, and we adjusted the comments that they addressed to us. Just for the photometric issue, when we do the photometric, we just put we check the site and we see the location of the lighting in there, and we put the fixture itself where it's located on site, and then we check the lights, how many lux or how many candles they have, and then we insert our numbers it's a program that you put, you input the information in, and it gives you the access. So we show, I believe, some information regarding the lights. It should be there, so the computer would give us the program would give us the results. If there is any issue with that, then the city would tell them, show us, whoever contractor installed the lighting, you can tell him, show us how many candles or how many watts you have in there. And if it does not match what we put on the plan, then you can enforce it with your building official that you have to take these lights and change them. So that would be according to the plans that we submitted.
Just to respond, I guess, what you're saying is kind of what Sam was talking about. It's like you gave us a plan of what it is, but you didn't even include all the lights that are on your building now in your plan. So how can the plan be correct? How can it be showing the correct lighting factor from your program if you don't even have all the lights listed? So.
Yeah, we do have that.
No, the consultant has said there's at least 4 lights that are not even listed on your plan that are on your building. So.
It depends if it's a light is next to a light. It's not gonna, the way the program works, how much the spread to the street. So if my numbers, they're high, let's say 10, and they reach, so I'm allowed up to 2 maybe, to the sidewalk. So it doesn't matter how much next to the building there is lights, as long my spread does not go beyond the perimeter of the site, or distract traffic, or any residents or any other buildings next door.
Let's attack this from a different perspective.
Okay?
All the lighting, the requirement of the lighting is to be downward facing lighting.
Of course.
And all your lighting is sideways facing lighting, so that in itself violates the ordinance, so how can there be the correct photometric plan if your lights aren't even the correct type fixtures to meet the requirements?
Because we put the same whatever wattage or candle on that fixture on the wall.
But if they're not downward directed lights, how can it meet the requirement? You're saying it meets the photometric requirement, but doesn't meet the actual requirement of the downward facing light, so.
Well, and then top of that, we want a plan that shows all your light fixtures.
I
In
believe
addition
you.
to the-
I mean, we'll look at that, we'll look at that, but I think we took pictures and we put every light on that building. I mean, if they missed one or something, that's,
Well, it's at least 4, if not more, so. So, I
Okay.
mean, that's a major amount of lighting, so.
so we did an as-built practically of the site, so it's not like, I mean, we're not, I'm not the owner, I'm the architect,
understand.
engineer. So we did an as-built, a survey on the site, and we came and installed everything where it belongs to on that site. And that's exactly what happened.
Jason, does the lighting plan reflect the vacuum cleaner lights? And does it give the,
Yeah, it looks like there's 4 of them here, but I don't know that it reflects the direction that those are coming out at accurately.
you don't know that it does reflect it accurately?
Yeah, we don't generally get into the review of the photometric plans, but it looks like there are 4 of them shown where the vacuums are proposed.
Mr. Chair, just one other point on the site plan, it shows the vacuum lights, the detail of the vacuum lights, but it doesn't show the detail of the other lights that are being utilized in the system. It doesn't show the wall mount packs or any pole lamps that might be there as well. So, I mean, that detail is totally missing from the site plans.
Okay, thank you. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
I just wanna say that whatever we, the city, regarding the dumpster, the curbs, the turns, all that landscaping that we did submit accordingly to the planning, what they requested from us in these plans.
Okay, thank you. Other commission members?
Got a question, Bill?
Jason?
We are often, in this case, we're often looking backwards to a number of changes that have occurred, and I'm curious if we know that those changes are stopped, or is there anything else planned that they're planning that maybe we could kind of head them off at the curve before they make any more changes? Does anyone know that?
Right?
Have you had any conversations that would lead you to believe they're done?
Unfortunately, no. I can say that they submitted building applications yesterday. We're still awaiting the building plans, you know, the detail of the curbing, the electrical that was done, because there are additional lights, as well as the booth. So they still need to submit that, but they have submitted at least a building application to get started on work that's already been performed out there. I'm not aware of any additional things that they're planning to do at this point, but I think they've received the message that it's a PUD. You can't just go make changes, you know, subtle changes to the plan.
Okay, thank you.
It's all working without permit.
Got a question.
Yes, David?
And I wasn't here for this is my first time with this particular item on the agenda. I wasn't on the commission back in March, but I did go through some of the past material. Is the owner here tonight, or are you just the representative? You're the architect.
I'm representative.
Is this, do you know, is this their first car wash? Is this their first attempt here? Is Planet Car Wash, this the first Planet?
No.
So they've done this before?
They have in a lot of other cities, but regarding, I just want to point out regarding the building, they did pull a permit for electrical, I believe, and that's when they added the machines, the booths. They did. There is no electrical permit. That's to my knowledge. So.
Brian?
The only permit they pulled is for a generator,
Oh.
which they haven't installed yet.
Okay.
Okay,
Where's
So-
that gonna go?
Yeah, that's
So
not site plan.
So I'll finish up. So I was really confused, because I got this package, and the indication was that really the only reason it was coming back was for the signage. And I know there's some controversy over what we do with signage and the illuminated sign as well. I was trying to figure out if this was the first time through, you know, is this a mom and pop that bought a car wash and they've never done this before, and they kind of stumbled through. I didn't know I had to ask permission first, but since they've done a lot, there's really no excuse for it. And I'm not blaming you, you're the architect, but if they've done more than 2 or 3, if they've worked with more townships or cities, I got a little less patience for it. So again, innocent mistakes, we can kind of look at, but if you get a set of plans that say, here's a bunch of changes, and some of these are not small, right? I go to the car wash at least once a week, if not twice, just because it's convenient. I have for years. I watched that booth go up. I watched the other stuff get constructed, and I assumed that was all approved, because I wasn't on the commission at the time, right? As I got this package, I'm like, none of this came through? That's some major construction that happened over there. Not just that, you know, the hope is, let's get it done and go in and ask permission afterwards, but you didn't pull permits for it. So I have a bigger problem than what is actually on the docket for us to approve, which was the signage. The booth is a major thing. The dumpsters isn't even on the site plan. It's just, we just see it there, right? That's not even something they're asking for, just like we just did it. So I'm a little dismayed. I mean, we're the planning commission, not the reacting commission. I mean, part of me is wondering, what if I just don't do anything? Then the building department's gonna go out and enforce what we have. You're gonna have to tear down your pay booth, which I hate anyway, but you'll have to tear that down, you'll have to get compliant, and you have to get your lighting compliant. I don't know that it's in our best interest to do much tonight, other than get them in shape and then have the owner come in and explain why it was seen as easier just to do it and then come in and ask for permission afterwards. This is like your kid going to a concert and then coming in and saying, can I go to the concert I went to last night? It doesn't make much sense to me. And this whole package is rife with those. So
Okay.
I thought this was just gonna be the sign.
that I knew I was gonna get grounded for going to.
Yeah, I didn't, why didn't you ask permission? Well, you might have said, I mean, it's not inconceivable we'd make you move the booth or the curb, or the dumpster's an easy thing, but I'm really disappointed, and more so in the fact that the Planet, this isn't their first car wash. I kinda knew that, but I was hoping it was an innocent mistake.
Thank you.
That's all I got.
Sam?
Brian, so if all we're here to do today is approve the signage, not the rest of the stuff that's on the site, so that got done before that. So whether we approve the sign or not, how does the township address these things? Because it's not on our agenda to approve all this stuff that they've done.
Well,
It's
point of
not-
clarification, Sam, some of these changes are on the plan that we would approve, so we'd have to
Well,
specifically.
but that's not the request of modifying the PUD isn't to, it says it's to amend in order to make signage and branding modifications.
Right.
Does that encompass dumpsters and lighting and pay booths? I don't think so.
No.
So that's not even on the agenda to approve all of this. And I don't like the fact that it's coming to us on the side of what the issue is, you know? So back to minor or major, you know, it should come to us with not a list of things that they did or that they might do or that they want to do that aren't on the agenda. It should come to us with what the plan is to do to this site. So I'm not in favor of the sign, so hypothetically, let's say that the board decides not to do the branding on the building. How does the township now address, because okay, now this issue's dead. We didn't approve it in the PUD, we've denied it. Now you got all this other stuff going on that's not conforming to the site plan or the PUD, or, and so now what is the method of correction?
Yeah.
Whether or not we approve the sign, you know, of that.
So this will be a two-faceted approach with code enforcement and the building official, where we're gonna cite them for working without permit, and whether they bring in permits or not, and they're in violation of the approved site plan from the original PUD. So it's gonna be a citation of some kind related to those issues. The working without permit can be settled with permits, but bottom line is they're in violation of the approved site plan. And signage, when it's a PUD, has to be approved by the planning commission when there's a change in signage. Similar to how we did Doric Credit Union, you know, that's how it works. It's not an administrative thing that I can just approve as a normal sign permit. So the sign will have to remain as is, that says Town Center Car Wash. All the signs will have to remain the way they are. And everything on there will get a court order to remove it, ultimately.
Or they have to
Or
try
they-
to get it approved, the correct
Yeah,
way.
or they come in with a proper set of plans and saying, this is what we'd like to do, and present it accordingly.
And then at that point, we would pick and choose which items we would agree to or not, or whatever. And
Yeah,
that's still a
then-
minor amendment to the PUD, right?
Yeah, there's still some negotiation that you can have on sign, you know, what the sign is and where it's located and things like that. Same with the dumpster, and the curb is obviously a problem, the island there, because there's not enough maneuvering lane width. The booth had electrical run to it, cause that's what controls the subscriptions. So when you go through the booth, so there's a lot of issues here that, are pretty significant. And it's very unusual, we don't see this too often, where somebody comes into the planning commission and had already done the work. We see that at the zoning board of appeals, and you know, that usually doesn't end too well for those petitioners when they do that. But, you know, here, in this particular case, the commission just needs to decide, go back to the drawing board and deny it, and then have them they can reapply. But if you deny it, then a letter's gonna go out next Monday, basically. So, it's gonna be a notice of violation, and the people that are the owner is different than the Planet Car Wash. So the owner is ultimately responsible at that point. So that's how enforcement goes.
Technical question on maybe procedure. It seems like it might be inappropriate for the planning commission to entertain a request at a public hearing that hasn't been properly posted. Now, I'm talking about for a modification to the plan unit development for the toll booth, for the lighting plan. It hasn't been advertised that way. Has the applicant submitted an application specifically requesting that? And are we, if he hasn't, are we okay proceeding without that?
I think it's, the way it's posted, what they've submitted is essentially what you're approving, regardless of the semantics of the posting. So if you were, you know, they submitted this plan and you approve it, that's the plan.
That's
Even
what I was
with the,
getting at,
yeah, even
yes.
with the deviations of curb island, you know, maneuvering lane, and all of those things, the dumpster in that location, obviously you can make conditions to have them revise it, but, you know, that's what you're approving ultimately.
Right.
As a minor PUD. This will be attached to the PUD document, so, the actual documents.
Does this need to get approved by the board?
No,
No.
not in a
Not
minor.
if
Not on a minor, maybe it would.
If,
Right.
not if we continue to determine that it's all minor amendments.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted, that was my concern earlier, Sam, was ultimately, you can say it's for signs, but what we approve the plan, we approve the plan, everything that's on it tonight. That was my concern.
Because the plan set contains the signs.
Yeah,
And
the
and
oth-
everything else.
The other just minor comment is, I'd hate to be a jerk about this if we looked at this and they went back and spent about a lot of money to correct it and we ended up approving it anyway. But things like the escape lane and stuff, that's a big deal, right? So that never should have been in there, and that's just on the owner for the changes there. The only other thing is, I get that what was advertised from a public hearing standpoint might be a little different than what we've got here. But I want to be sensitive, if any of the residents actually came in here to speak on it, I don't want to send them away without,
Well, they'll
giving
get-
their, I still want to do the public
Yeah.
hearing even if we have to redo it later. Because I don't want someone to come in and spend an hour and then not get to talk.
Okay.
And maybe nobody's here for that, but just to be courteous.
I agree.
You wanna get some input from them?
Yeah, let's open the public hearing aspect of this application at 6:37. Anybody out there like to comment on this? Nobody? How about online? Anyone online?
I was overly concerned.
I agree with you.
That's okay, you gotta do it.
Nobody? Okay, I'll close it at 6:38. I just want to go on record and say that I am opposed to the so-called cladding. People will bear with me. It is an amendment to a plan unit development. Those changes are, the requirement of the facade and everything is spelled out in the development agreement permit conditions. Those are binding agreements, binding by both parties unless both parties agree to amend them. Section 9.04 E8E, colors shall be subdued in tone of a low reflectance and of neutral and earth tone colors. 9.04 E8C, materials shall blend with those existing on adjacent properties. Another section in 9.04, one dominant material shall be selected with a preference towards masonry and stone. Developments must reflect a compact town center character consistent with the township's visions. These are mandatory provisions intended to ensure aesthetic cohesion, subdued color palettes, and predominantly masonry stone character in the overlay district. The proposed silver cladding does not qualify as a neutral or earth tone as required in section 9.04 E8E. The metal cladding does not comply with the overlay district's architectural expectations. Those are my reasons basically for opposing it, and I just wanted to go on record with that.
Well stated. Ron?
Chair, I guess just to back up what you were saying, I guess the applicant used the Genesis Credit Union as a reference on why they should be allowed to have the silver. And I guess I just wanted to comment that the Genesis Credit Union, the cladding that's on that building was integral with the design of the building, not added on like over top of the, I guess part of our objection to this, or at least my objection to this, is the way it would be installed on the property with the gap between the brick that is already there and the cladding itself. So I think the style of the cladding is questionable as much as the color, so.
Thank you. I would add that the planning commission, way back when this was approved, this was done under PUD, Plan Unit Development, and it's my estimation that the quality of the construction and the materials was a major factor in the planning commission and board's agreement to allow this kind of use at that location. Sam?
I'll speak on that since I was around back then.
It was a lighted building.
Huh?
There's more to it than that, but
I'm that
you're,
old,
you're,
but yeah.
you're on the right track.
Just like we just went through the car wash discussion down at Mabry Road going in the town center area, that's an automotive use that there is no current zoning in the township for that type of use. We just went through it on Dixie, and that's for a reason, because it's an invasive, high-volume traffic area in a pedestrian-type setting. That car wash was specifically designed, and I remember how angry the owners were that we made them make it so nice, is that the intent was that it didn't look like a car wash. It clearly states right in the agreement over and over that it was approved under the permit conditions as a traditional style brick building, so that it didn't look like a car wash. That's why it's so nice. So, you know, it's totally, to change the architect, to add things to the site is less invasive to the concept that we wanted on Sashabaw than the actual changing of the architecture, which a lot of thought and a lot of money was spent to make that not look like a car wash. So just for that one reason, I'm opposed to any more of this branding going on over there. I don't believe that it's irrelevant what the car wash is called, or if it even had a sign on it. It's been there so long and it's so busy every day that it's really irrelevant to me. But just on a quick note, looking at the drawing up here where this escape route is, I don't see where there's an escape route anywhere on that plan if there's cars parked in the parking spots and people at the booth. Where's this imaginary escape lane at? Because an escape lane means that nobody's allowed to be in the lane, meaning that it's a passageway. So if this is cars and this is parking, and this is, I mean, at which point do you drive around on the grass and come around here and try to get through there? I mean, there's no escape lane on this drawing.
It's single.
So that stuff's just ridiculous. I think that we should act on what's in front of us, which is the sign request, and really just focus on that right now, in my opinion, and not get into the weeds of the other things, because I really don't think that it's been presented appropriately or enough effort's been put into it. And I don't like that being added to what started off as a sign request and snowballed into a PUD site plan amendment because of the actions of the petitioner without permission from the township to make all these modifications. So that's just my opinion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Joe?
Just to go back to signs, while I wasn't here when the design standards for the town center overlay district were created, I certainly agree with them. And I understand what they tried to accomplish, and this goes against what they tried to accomplish, so I just don't support this at all.
Thank you. Ron?
Just to talk about branding, when you're talking about branding, I think the brand on Sashabaw is the town center requirements. That's the brand, that's the look, and that's what we require in that area. So, so for somebody to try and modify their building to, you know, outside of those requirements. You're trying to change what we, you know, required as part of the town center brand in that area, so.
Agree.
And I guess just my only input on the rest of the items is that, to me, there's a bunch of things that aren't right with the site plan, so I don't know if we wanna give comment on it, just as, you know, 'cause to me, like, the position of the toll booth and all that type of stuff is not in the right spot, so to me, you know, it's all gonna require modification from the current one as well. So.
Honestly, I think we beat this horse to death. If they're not here, they got the minutes. If they're curious at all, they can talk to Brian, they can talk to our building department about what transpired here, but we've already given them more time than they deserve for this tonight. Let's just wrap it up.
I would ask a question. There was some discussion of denying. And so if there's not an inclination to approve anything, the other two choices are denying or postponing.
I'll make a motion.
It seems like this guy's not gonna go away, so it seems like postponing would be more in line.
I don't want them to think that we're postponing and we're interested in that. Just deny it.
I'm ready to make a motion. You guys can vote for it or not. It's up to you. PC file 2024-014, petitioner Khaled Dagger Signs requesting a minor planned unit development amendment approval in order to change the branding of the former town center car wash and oil change be denied. Support. No.
Megan?
I would highly recommend that you make some findings as to why, such as the signs do not meet the requirements in 12.06 in terms of number, size, and electronic messaging
Yeah.
sign regulations. And also finding, if you so choose, that the ACM cladding does not meet the requirements of the Sashaba Town Center overlay.
Is total site plan incomplete?
Well, all of those things you said, I do need to add to her report to my motion, basing all the comments that Caroline Wortman and the engineering staff and their notes, and the comments from the commission and your notes, Bill, who clearly stipulated all of the conditions that didn't meet the ordinance and as far as the architecture of the building and the cladding part of it. And I don't think that I need to get into the other stuff in the motion as much as the sign, the reason that we're just not approving the signage, is that correct?
Yeah. I mean,
Do we need to get into why we don't think there's an escape lane and,
I think you could simply, to Planning Commissioner Ritchie's point is to add another finding that the site plan as presented does not meet with the standards of the zoning ordinance, and leave it as that.
Incomplete
Okay.
or missing items, so. That's, I guess that's my.
I'll add that to the, to my motion that the site plan doesn't meet the requirements of the PUD, as it's been presented to us on either the dumpster, the escape lane, lighting,
Pay booth.
landscaping, curbing,
Pay booth.
and the pay booth, I think were the highlighted items that, that are still not in compliance with the original PUD agreement.
So
Will that
amended?
cover
You
us?
accept that, David?
Yeah, I'll accept it and support.
Why don't we do a roll call?
Ron Ritchie,
Yes is
You
is deny, yes
didn't
is
think whether it was
deny,
yes or
right?
no, did you?
Yes is a yes, right?
Yes.
Jason Borsheim,
Yes.
Sam Morocco,
Yes.
Bill Scarborough.
Yes?
David Lomar.
Yes.
Belinda Billings, yes. Joe Sucher.
Yes.
Thank you. Next item, another public hearing, PC file 2025-005, Main Street Investors. This is a rezoning request from R1A Single Family to OS2 Office. The parcel is located on the west side of Sashaba, north of Fleming Lake Road, south of Monarch Grove, roughly. Megan, would you like to summarize the request for us,
Sure.
for the benefit of our audience?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The subject site is, as you said, is currently zoned R1A and it's approximately 2.7 acres in area. There's an old residence on the property and the applicant requesting a rezoning to Office Service 2 There's no specific use in the application. You should be aware that several years ago, the township initiated rezoning of 6 properties on the west side of Sashaba, north of Fleming's Lake Road. The township proceeded with 4 of those properties, but 2 of those properties remained R1A and were not rezoned at the time by the request of the property owners. In terms of neighboring zoning and land use, this area, the site's in an area that's been transitioning to office services. And in terms of the master plan, it's in the sub-area of the Sashaba corridor. The intent of the master plan for the west side of Sashaba is to permit primarily office service uses that are both compatible with the traffic conditions created by Pine Knob, as well as the residential uses further to the west. In the recent amendment to the master plan, the Planning Commission revised its policy to allow for certain types of residential uses within this office service designation. In terms of its development potential, if it was rezoned to office service, the site could support an office building between 23,000 and 30,000 square feet. If it's residential, if residential use was anticipated, density similar to single-family attached, detached category could yield approximately 16 units. The site access is solely from Sashaba Road in terms of traffic impact and site access. The road's been widened to 5 lanes several years ago, and is anticipated that either of those uses lists that we discussed could be accommodated. There's always a challenge with traffic along the west side of Sashaba with conflicts with events when they're held at Pine Knob. So in terms of our observations, that this request is consistent with the master plan and follows a course of action that the township's pursued for many years, including that initiation of rezoning of nearby properties. Although many of the properties along the west side remain vacant, the Monarch project might be a catalyst for new development.
Thank you. Questions from the commission?
I think it's consistent with the development along the area. Would support it.
Public hearing, I will open the public hearing on this request at 6:52. Any comments from our friends in the audience? Anybody online? Got a quiet group today.
So far.
Yeah, bite my tongue.
They didn't show up to
Just
do
jinxed
nothing.
us.
Nothing? Nobody? I'll close it at 6:52. Thank you. Do we need to discuss further, or is somebody willing to make a motion, remembering this is a recommendation to the board?
I just make a comment that this has been one of the goals of the planning commission this year, is to get things aligned better with our master plan and future development plans in the township. So I'm glad to see that whether we initiate it or residents initiate it, that's how we get a little bit closer to what we want and fight a little bit less with people who want to do things that we don't want. So I'm glad that this is, I believe this is an appropriate and low impact use and zoning that we would put adjacent to a residential, and in that transitional area from the town center to the rural part of the community. This is exactly what is appropriate to be there, in my opinion.
Anybody else? Somebody make a motion, please.
I'll make a motion on PC file 2025-005 for Main Street Investors, parcel 08-22-101-017, that we recommend rezoning from R1A to single family to residential to OS2 office service 2.
Support?
Want to do a roll call?
Ron Ritchie,
Yes?
Jason Borsheim,
Yes?
Sam Morocco,
Yes.
Bill Scarborough.
Yes.
David Lomar,
Yes.
Linda Billings, yes. Joe Sucher.
Yes.
Thank you. Next public hearing item is PC file 2025-006, Clearview Homes. The request is for a special land use approval for the Eagle Ridge Estates Phase 3, consisting of 35 single-family units. This is more specifically also a site plan review and, as I said, special land use. Megan, would you like to summarize the changes from prior presentations?
Sure, in terms of changes from prior presentations, when you saw this before, it was phases 3 and 4 of Eagle Ridge. This is just phase 3. I just want to, it's a final development plan requires granting a special land use and site plan approval, and so you, as the planning commission, make a recommendation to the township board. So that's your, decision for tonight. In terms of just things that we've highlighted a number of things in our letter, that have to deal with, things that are still outstanding. And there's also some things in our letter in terms of where or where not the planning commission has the capacity to either recommend or to demand change. If it was something that's in the permit conditions, only the township board and the applicant in agreement together can do that. If you feel like you want to make something that's make a recommendation that's around those permit conditions, we'd ask that you do that in a separate motion. Then your motion to recommend approval or denial or approval with conditions. In terms of one of the things that you should note is that it's, there are 3 things that remain outstanding. Is number 1, resolution of a viable well location. Per the township's review of the permit conditions, that can be a condition of approval, because what the permit conditions say is that it's before any building permit is issued. So that issue doesn't need to be resolved, it just needs to be a condition of approval. We noted in various places in the site plan where grading and tree preservation or the location of a storm sewer conflicted, so that we felt like what was shown on the plans wasn't accurate. For instance, you're not going to be able to preserve trees that later you're going to put a storm sewer pipe underneath. And we feel that the tree preservation plan and the landscaping plan should be changed to reflect what trees could actually be preserved with the grading that is proposed. And then later augmented with landscaping to achieve the same levels of screening that are proposed by the applicant. And in general, what they show is appropriate and matches what's in the PRD. However, we feel with the grading and with the fencing where it's shown, and also where some of the utilities are, that it's not accurate that those trees that are shown to be preserved would actually be preserved. And then also, we had cited some measures to protect the wetland buffers from encroachment, and asked that the applicant consider those. Again, that could be a recommended condition of approval. That could be signage or something that's in the township, in the condominiums bylaws, or a combination thereof.
Okay. Jason, you have anything to add?
Yeah, so in our letter, we also spoke to the well, and then we identified the minimum level of detail that's gonna be required to appease the DPW that it's a viable well site, so all of those parameters have been identified there. From a paving and grading standpoint, we've identified items that are deficient currently but can be addressed as we move forward into engineering. One of the items we brought out was the temporary gravel cul-de-sac that you see kind of on the bottom left side there, as to how temporary that is, and is gravel appropriate, or would a more permanent surface be warranted there, so something that can be discussed tonight. From a utility standpoint, again, just a couple of minor items or a few things to point out for what we'll be looking for from a sanitary standpoint regarding the pump stations and capacities that just need to be confirmed. All of the water main looping's been identified with a few minor notes for some, blow-offs again, because now we're looking at a temporary situation between phases 3 and 4. And then from a stormwater management standpoint, we've made some recommendations to capture as much of the rear yard drainage that they can, in lieu of sheet flowing into some of the wetland areas there to the west.
Commission members? Comments or questions? Linda?
Megan, one of the things you didn't bring up was the status of the maintenance agreement, the road maintenance agreement.
I'm gonna defer to Mr. Ottman on that.
So, yeah, we, our discussions with the administration of the township is, we're not gonna be, we are out of that arrangement between with their road maintenance agreement. In the past, previous administrations have tried to facilitate discussions between the parties. I understand they're close to having an agreement, but the township's not gonna step into that arena. They are going to let the two parties on a private agreement work it out. And, you know, if you so choose to have the township attorney at least look at it, you can do that, but, there's really our township board is not gonna take any action on it.
Interesting. I
Can
don't
it be
know
a
how you could.
stipulation of construction?
Say that again, Sam?
I wanted to know if it could be a stipulation of construction prior to construction happening.
That may be a board decision with amendment to the permit conditions for the PRD, but that's to be determined.
Like a checklist item, something they have to have complete before they can start construction, is that what you're saying, Sam?
Well, that's been the biggest issue with this project is the impact on the residents who lived there prior to them buying it, and the fact that I wasn't part of the agreement to say we don't want to be participating. Let's make that clear since I'm a board member. I want to make sure that that wasn't part of any discussion that I agreed with. But I think that I personally think that the series of events that happened, I've said this before, somebody owned it, it went out of business. The reason that we have an agreement with all PUDs and PROs and all that is that it's under one management, so this situation doesn't happen. And now, I do feel like even though the property sold and all that, we still allowed the project to continue with that stipulation being broken and not being fixed. And then it keeps going and it's still not fixed, and now we're on phase 3, hundreds of houses later and a mile in, and it still hasn't been agreed to. And whether the agreement's satisfactory to people or whatever, this has been the sticking point with me on the whole thing. I don't care who gets the deal done, but I'm not in favor of putting shovels in the ground until somebody figures out who's gonna take care of these roads, or if they're coming in from the back way or some other way than impacting the entranceway of the streets that are the responsibility of non-participants in this project. So, as we get into the conversations, those are gonna be my main sticking points, is the negative impact on the rest of the residents from the project, and a PRD is granted because it has positive impacts on our community. That's how you get a PRD. So you can't get that and then become a negative impact. So we need to figure out the bugs in it. That's my initial statement.
I think when the petitioner speaks, he can probably
Okay,
elaborate
get some of
more
that
on the
cleaned up,
details of what
hopefully.
they're working on.
Is the applicant here?
Yeah, can I suggest, based on those comments, that that's really a sticking point, that we do the public hearing first? That way I can comment on whatever comments are brought up as well,
It's the
versus
same thing.
me commenting and then public hearing, and then I gotta comment on each of those individual things.
That's fine with me.
If not, it's no problem, but it just seems more logical to me, but it
Planning
doesn't
commission.
matter.
David, this has been in front of us multiple times, so the residents are, well-versed on the project itself. This is just a half scale of it, so, I personally don't have a problem with it, because I think it's gonna save dialogue and actually be able to answer some questions that people have
I was
opposed to
gonna
the
ask the
other way.
same before
Yeah.
commenting. I wanted to hear from the audience anyway. so.
Right.
With
Are
that,
you guys all right with it?
Open the
Yeah,
hearing.
I think
Yeah,
that's a
we'll
good plan.
chance to comment after.
all right, with that, I'll open the public hearing on this item for 7:04. Comments from the audience? Anybody want to say anything?
Good evening. My name's Justin Chmielewski. I live at 5492 Morgan Lake Drive. I'm in the middle of what this board knows as phase 2 of this entire development. As this board will remember, I was here in February. I was pretty outspoken about my position and on behalf of some other people here. I guess the best place to start is at the beginning. It's a little bit disheartening that now we're only talking about half of what is a long-term development. It puts all of the residents in a position where we really don't know when this is going to end. If we had 3 and 4 in front of us, we could at least get an idea conceptually of where this is at. But that we are where we are. The biggest issue to this board and to the residents is kind of hand in hand. The construction traffic and any maintenance agreement. And they're hand in hand because construction traffic causes damage to the roads that somebody has to pay for. So I can tell you that a lot of my comments previously about Clearview's attitude toward their contractors and whatever, my attitude's completely changed. I think we're in a much better place than we were in February. I think Clearview is much more on top of many of the issues, but still need a little bit of encouragement. I think we're really close on the road maintenance agreement. I think we've been working very closely with Clearview as residents, as the boards. I think we're very close and we can get it done. But the construction entrance, or a proposed construction entrance, would go a long way in completing that, because as we look at this entire project, even if this road maintenance agreement's in place, Clearview doesn't have any stake in that. The homeowners do. And at the end of the day, any damage on the roads falls back on the homeowners. So even if we can get a road maintenance agreement in place, it doesn't eliminate the damage that's being done to the roads. The way to eliminate that is actually to open that entrance up and look at what's good for everybody. And I think that gives Clearview a direct path to their construction site. It reduces many of the safety risks that I've outlined in the past. As Mr. Morocco, as you pointed out, it's about a mile into that part of the subdivision where the new construction is. It's a long way to take 80,000 pound trucks or 100,000 pound trucks. So my request is really the same as it was in February. It is to explore, whether through motion to the township board, to explore the idea of opening that emergency access to construction access to allow us to really finalize this road maintenance agreement. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online?
Looks like one person.
Did I hand up online?
Yeah, one person.
Yes.
Whoever with the initial S, please.
Yeah, my name is Sergio Sarmiento. I live at 4578 Roar, right next to the emergency pathway that the last gentleman proposed to open up for a construction entrance. We have written to basically everybody on the board opposing that being an emergency or a construction entrance and leaving it only as a emergency access, because you guys are complaining about your roads being destroyed for a mile in when you're going to destroy all of Roar Road, which is already destroyed, and Morgan Road, which is another 1.5 miles in. And we didn't sign up for your guys' construction traffic. It's your subdivision. You guys have to deal with your traffic. We shouldn't have to have it go through our yards, our backyards, and have to deal with that nonstop complaints like your residents already have. Why would you have to put it on people that are already pre-existing? So I'm just here to say we want that just to stay an emergency access, and then to get the gate moved back to the back property line to keep people from driving in between our yards and in between our backyards. You want to talk about safety? I have disabled kids that want to play in our backyard, but they can't because there's always some type of car or truck trying to cut through the subdivision. And if you open that up for a construction entrance or a subdivision entrance, you're gonna do nothing but open up that whole thing for a cut through from, what is that, Maybe Road, all the way to the highway. Everybody and their mom's gonna use that as a cut through to bypass traffic. So you think you're gonna be doing yourself a favor with your road maintenance by opening that up, but you're not. It's already a hassle and it'll be nothing but more hassle. So I just wanna say that myself, my neighbor that also butts up next to this emergency access, we oppose that being anything but an emergency access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else online? We had a gentleman out here, yes.
My name's Richard Ludwig, and I live at 5109 Muirfield Lane. And I'm calling this mainly because of the entrance, the construction entrance, but I have a couple other things. And the construction entrance, if you were to take your own car and just drive what would be the entrance for construction, going through that construction gate, or winding through our neighborhood, I mean, and thinking about all the safety of all the children, there are a lot of young families that live there. They all have children. And I've had cars from the builders, contractors, actually pass me on the road. You could easily go there and see how all the trucks have ran over all the lawns, all of the islands that have been put in. Those islands were, I believe, put in to keep traffic slow through the neighborhood. Now they're being dismantled because we couldn't even keep grass or mud. For 2 years now, we've had nothing but mud carried through our neighborhood. I happen to live in the phase that only won the 2 courses of the asphalt. So I have the finished asphalt done in front of my home. And for 2 years now, I've had tracked vehicles, construction vehicles, heavy trucks stop and sit for a day in front of home unloading shingles and everything else. That's not what when I bought this brand new home, that's not what I bought. I don't believe that's what you guys had in mind when you approved it. The other thing is, I'm not sure why we would go ahead and approve him going further when even my phase, which you could call phase 1 of the first 2, isn't done yet. I live 2 doors from where the ponds are, and it's never been graded properly. It's all weeds. If you compare the house next to them, or my lawn, or anybody in that neighborhood, they all have beautiful places, all properly landscaped. And then you look at that pond, it's nothing filled with weeds. There's still the black plastic from the water development and so on, all stuck in the ground, and it makes the whole neighborhood a distraction. I guess that's the 2 main things that I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Adam Rozmanowski, 5531 Morgan Lake in the 2nd phase. And I'll stay away from the entrance and that situation, actually. I spoke last time, and in the winter, I guess this situation wasn't thought from of me when we were walking. My wife and I and our kids walk daily, and right by our mailboxes there were 2 retention ponds where we have got a lot of geese. And in the winter, maybe it wasn't as much of a situation I thought of, but those sidewalks are unable to be accessed. Our kids have to walk in the road just to stay away from the goose waste. And we've tried to have a solution and propose a solution. It sounds like it was denied. So having some situation to kind of cure that up so we can actually use the sidewalks instead of the roads to walk.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Charlie Zadrozny, 6002 Monarch. I actually recently moved into Monarch subdivision about 3 months ago. We were granted a temporary occupancy. A lot of issues with it. Still got the contractors of my house right now. But my main thing is, as you guys are aware, there's a lot of kids in the neighborhood. I've never seen a neighborhood with so many toddlers, babies, and just kids under the age of 10. I called the city, I think, a handful of times. There's contractors constantly work on the street. There's nails, there's gutter, shingles, all kinds of sharp objects on the street. I have a 2-year-old boy, plays in the cul-de-sac. Nobody sweeps those streets, no one. Kids, just taking walks every single day, picking up things, and nobody sweeps them. So that's one of my main concerns going forward with this project, because seems like no oversight who sweeps the streets. The one sweeper that came through after I made the request, I think 2 months ago, all they did is they had a sweeper that was propelling all the debris, all the, essentially all the metals into people's properties. That was it. So that's my main thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else out there? Anybody online? Okay, one last chance, 716.
Okay, back there.
Yes.
Good evening, my name is Peter Nelson, I live at 5135 Muirfield in the second phase. I'm on the cul-de-sac that goes up to the new phase that's proposed. And if the construction entrance is not approved, or if it's not a secondary entrance, like they mentioned, it's about a mile into that area. Heavy traffic, we have a lot of young children. I was at a party last week at the graduation, there must have been 30 little kids there over the age of 6. And if you get construction traffic running through that neighborhood at speed, somebody's gonna get hurt, or somebody's gonna get killed. And I wouldn't wanna be in that position that I didn't get up here and say something about it. Even if they did a secondary entrance on Roar Road, if we had it controlled by a gate with an access code like some subdivisions have, it would cut down on those people like Mr. Sergio mentioned. They're cutting through to bypass Maybe Road. If it's a gated entrance, after the construction is completed, then they wouldn't be using it as a cut through. During the school year, when the buses are lining up to take the kids to and from school in the morning and the afternoon, there must be 20 or 30 cars up there blocking on the side of the road, which limits the access, especially during the winter time when the kids can't be outside waiting for the bus. It causes a safety hazard trying to get in and out of the subdivision, especially if kids are unmonitored. The middle school kids, they just walk across the street, somebody's gonna get hit. Or if they had 2 entrances, maybe they could divide up the bus locations, maybe somewhere on Roar Road or somewhere on Maybe where it is now, and they divide some of that. If you had another 35 homes, figure each family has 1 or 2 kids, you're looking at probably another 35 cars blocking that entrance in the morning and the afternoon. It's also a safety hazard for emergency services if they have to come through, fire, ambulance, police. So I strongly, you guys, encourage you to take a look at that second entrance. It would alleviate a lot of the traffic, not just construction, but residents going in and out of subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody? Okay, I'll close the public hearing at 7:18. Planning Commission members, what questions, comments do you have?
I'm not sure who to ask. I would like to find out if the HOAs for phase 1 and 2 have been turned over to the residents.
Not yet.
Also, is Roar Road a public road?
Yes.
So these are private streets within this Eagle Ridge, but I assume you could connect. I was over there today. It's gravel, right, where that
Yeah.
emergency entrance is. But I like the gentleman's idea about possibly just for construction traffic to have it gated with a code so that not everybody could use it, but it seems like that might work during construction. And just another, I was just curious, maybe it's 2 different developers, but it looked like phase 1 and 2 had different streets. starts out as concrete and then they're asphalt. Is that where they divide phase one and phase two?
We were told when we first were building that they were gonna be concrete streets, but then it turned out to be blacktop. But I was definitely told they were concrete.
And the only other comment I would have is that the gravel cul-de-sac that you mentioned on phase three, I don't know why you would make that gravel, even if it is temporary. It seems like it would be something better than gravel, but, and I like the idea of the maintenance agreement being a stipulation of construction, Sam. That seems like but it also seems like the HOA should have been turned over to the residents by now.
Yes. But it's gotta be finished to the
Okay.
terms of building department's code.
Other comments?
Yeah, is there any, do we have a feeling for a separate motion for the Roar Road entrance? I think Megan or Brian had said that we'd have to have a second motion simply to just pass this up to the board. I don't think that we can decide on that. I think that's just something that we need to somehow escalate to the board
We
to
can-
amend the PRO.
Yeah, we can recommend that they consider it.
Do we,
Yeah.
I mean, are we there for some of these
Well,
items or no?
No, I don't think we're
No?
there. We got more discussion and
Okay.
let the petitioner talk,
Okay.
so, yeah.
A couple of just background questions if I can.
Yeah.
Just for my education too. And oddly, I remember some of this from previously. Somebody said that they had I think you said you had your final asphalt lift on in front of your house. Was that you, sir? Or somebody else said that, the final?
In the, I'd call the second phase of phase two.
Yeah.
Over by the lake.
Yep.
It looks like to me that there was a first coat.
Right.
So they could drive on it, and then there'll be a finish coat. In ours, it was finished, and now, and since it was completely finished, we've had construction for 2 years, driving over it. And not just wheeled vehicles, these are track
Yeah.
vehicles.
So the reason I ask is, I'm familiar with that, usually in a development, you know, they'll come and they'll do the first lift, and they'll really hold off until everything's pretty much done, because it damages. So just out of curiosity, it doesn't have to be accurate, but what percentage of what remains is still with that initial?
It's all final top coat.
Is it all final top?
The
Okay,
whole
I should have
place
just
is
asked.
final top.
So it is a little bit more damaging to that, and you don't have the benefit of being able to say, well, we can come in and, you know, when the final lift comes on, it's gonna patch a lot of problems.
There's zero damage in the second phase.
And then when did phase one officially start? Not approved, but officially, Brian, you might remember approximately how long ago?
Well, the road in phase one was built, I believe, in 2006 or so. Morgan Lake goes back to 1980s, some odd, 1980s, but I believe the first phase started then. It went dormant, and that's where a lot
Financial
of
crisis.
the road issues came. Then Clearview started, I believe, Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, it was
2014, the
14,
previous
yeah.
developer, Gus Zerbos,
Yep.
had the amendment to the PRD renewed. He came in and got the project going in the original phase, which was originally going to be a golf course. The roads that are there now are the original roads.
Yep.
They had
Okay.
been done by previous developer, nothing to do with us.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
14, then Clearview went in 19, I believe, and amended the PRD to extend, you know, because they basically acquired the rest of the development.
Okay, so that kind of tracks with what and there's, the reason I asked, and I kind of get a little bit of history here is, in my experience, my years on the commission and the board, when development gets slow, that's when you start getting into a lot of trouble, right? So when you're the first in a new subdivision, you're one of the first homes, you have to put up with a lot of construction traffic. You can't let the kids play outside. It's a huge pain. The only thing worse is when things slow down and it goes over years, right? And then you're just living with it forever. So as terrible as it is to have all these trucks on, I'd rather have it done quickly and fast and sell out, and then you're past it and you get your final lift on. And I can sympathize with that. When I first got on the commission back in the early 90s, one of the first things I saw was Morgan Lake. And honestly, I've always thought this area, you know, Oakhurst Cayman was developed and gone. I've always thought this was equally as beautiful. It just took forever, and it's still taking forever. So I'm happy to see the phases coming in. I'm a little disappointed phase 4 dropped off for some reason. I don't know the history with that. But the idea of Morgan Lake, the area around Morgan Lake finally getting finished is exciting to me, because it's always been a beautiful piece of property. But I think part of our problem is we've got people living there. We've got kids that have grown up and went to college in the initial phases of this whole area. And I could, you know, at some point be sitting on this planning commission, and we'll be doing the last few lots. So I'm excited about it. I don't live that far from here. I've always thought it was a beautiful piece of property. I'm a little concerned, honestly, with the emergency access. It seems like a very slick solution, but we usually don't put the kind of planning, and I wasn't on for the original plan, into the emergency access. You're trying to find a way to get a fire truck in there if there's a problem with the main entrance, right? You really don't think about it as, okay, let me put 100 vehicles, you know, a day down there. So I sympathize with the gentleman that was on earlier. I've driven my bike past where this emergency entrance is, because I thought I'd cut through a couple years ago, and I couldn't find, you know, how I would get through there. So I think it'd be a huge burden on the folks on Roar near there to do it. I'm not saying we won't, but it's not what's envisioned when we kind of lay that out in the plan and say, here's where the truck can get through if it needs to in emergency. It's kind of viewed as a once in a very rare time that you would do that. You don't really envision, you know, 18-wheelers rolling through there all the time. So, I'll stop for a minute on that. I think we should be very cautious about what we recommend on the emergency access piece. But I think the movement forward on phase 3, I'm really excited to see. Go ahead.
Thank you. Applicant, would you like to come up and address?
Sure. Appreciate your time. I'm gonna just start by kind of addressing some of the public comments that were thrown out, not in any particular order. I guess just obviously a lot of talk about the potential for a construction entrance. We never opposed that. So just on record, we've never opposed it. We've been told by everyone at the township it was not allowed. Every step of the way. And Brian, you can back me up here. That's factual. It's in writing, it's in the PRD. I'm more than happy to have you guys recommend our phase with a stipulation that the board amends the PRD and makes that a construction entrance. I've never opposed that, and never would. Why would I? Never been opposed to that. So please recommend the phase with that as a stipulation to the board to change the PRD. No problem. Never opposed that. The maintenance agreement discussion, I've been in discussions. Our lawyer's been involved recently. Phase 1's lawyer's been involved. Our lawyer reviewed the final version, had a few tweaks that, you know, one of them being that was not in a format that could be recorded, kind of an important one. We sent those back to their attorney. I'm ready to sign it right now. As soon as they tell me their attorney made the changes and approve, I'll sign it right now. So that should be a non-issue. And the reason, just to answer your questions, why it kind of faded away, is because the township attorney determined that it's really illegal for the township to be involved. That's the truth. I mean, Brittany and I have had many discussions, previous and very recent, even today while she was driving up north with her children for vacation. I've talked to her way too much, to be honest. So we're moments away from signing that, just so the board knows. And again, ready to sign it right now. Comments, there were some comments about the size of the islands and mud. Again, we were not the original developer. The entire phase 1, we had zero involvement in the development of it. We bought developed lots that were approved and ready to build on, and we built houses. We were part of the solution of the islands. We generously donated $30,000 to the HOA prior to Matt taking over, when Kyle was still involved. And that money was to be used specifically to redesign the islands, to solve the problem that existed. And again, it was not due to us. And yeah, you're right, there was mud all over the roads because it was impossible for anyone to drive a vehicle down the roads. Not just Clearview and Clearview's contractors, but every single contractor that worked for every resident in there when they did their landscape, or they pulled their boat down the road, or their trailer. So we can get painted as the big bad guy all the time, but it's not completely true. And in this case, we were the solution. We didn't develop it. We helped solve it. The comments about the silt fence around the pond is required by the WRC. I pull it out before they give the final approval, which is not done yet. I get in trouble, right, Brian? Yeah, true.
Well,
So
it's WRC.
I can't take it out. So I apologize it's in, and I apologize it doesn't look good. It's required. I have no choice. Weeds around the pond or in the pond, the perimeter of the pond is cut on a normal scheduled basis. Again, Kevin, feel free. Kevin's our resident board member. Intimately involved. They cut on a weekly basis. The only thing I can think that comment references in the center of the detention pond, yeah, there's weeds that grow that you can't cut unless you're gonna hop in with waders. I don't oppose that. If the HOA feels like they wanna spend their money cutting down weeds in the middle of the pond, I have no objection, I'll approve it, no problem. So that again should be a non-issue. The geese thing, I thought that got approved. I know, I said, somebody wants to go hire somebody to chase geese, shoot geese, beat geese. I don't really care. Doesn't bother me either way. We didn't stop or deny anything, so I don't know where that came from.
I oppose beating geese.
What's that? You oppose it? I don't know what the method
On the
is for
record.
getting rid of geese by mailbox. Don't know, not my expertise, but I never oppose that. I'm more than happy to reiterate to the world, put me on record, I support getting rid of geese that are causing problems for you, so. I don't know, I think I hit most, if not all of the general comments. If I missed something, please feel free to ask. So I'm gonna kind of jump back now to the consultants' reviews.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna jump to Jason's first, just because I think it's a shorter storyline for me. We agree with all of his comments in his review and agree that they are all typical items that would be addressed in the engineering phase. The only exception to that is this whole well thing, which I'm gonna come back to. That's in both of the reviews. But all the other items are typical engineering review. We've already discussed all of them with Jim Sharp, our engineer. He agrees they're all minor. And again, Jason, if you want to comment on that, feel free. But we believe, our engineer agrees, they're all stuff that would typically be handled in engineering. We don't have any objection to them and believe that they're all items that are typical engineering items. Yep. Okay, great. Megan's review. So the well, I'm gonna come back to that and address it together as one item. The grading and tree preservation concern. There's notes on the plan, and I apologize if they weren't clear. You can actually see it, top left corner, the note about the grading. So along Roar Road, we went a step further than the previous developer did in the previous phase with the buffer along Roar Road. What was done there originally and approved by Dick Carlisle and the team, and that buffer was a 15-foot buffer. The problem was they also had a swale right there, which made it basically impossible to make it work. Myself, Brian, again, I'm very intimate with Brian throughout this development. We spent many hours walking, deciding, agreeing what could be done together, right, Brian? Again, we weren't the bad guy. We're solving the problem created by somebody else. We did everything we could to minimize the impact in that situation. We learned from that, and again, we weren't even the developers. So what we've proposed in the plans is a 15-foot tree buffer plus, and again, Megan, this was your recommendation in previous reviews, and again, I apologize if that was not clear. It was clear to us, could have been better, again, I guess. But the intent of that note that's in multiple locations is that we know, and we're agreeing with your recommendation from previous, that we're going to leave a 10-foot grading buffer outside of the tree clearing. That, again, that was in multiple discussions with you, what we talked about, what we agreed upon, and I believe solves the concern with that item. So part of, again, the engineering review that Jason is going to do will clearly indicate that. But these are the high-level site plan drawings. These don't have the minutia. They don't have storm sewer calculations. They don't have the exact sizes. We all know that we're going to leave that 25-foot buffer, and all of the storm work will be outside of that. So if that wasn't clear, again, I apologize. I'm making it known and clear to the world. I'm on record. Here I am. And we will make sure we do that. And again, Jason will be reviewing all of that, and he can make a mental note, or Megan can look at it again when we're in engineering. But that was the intent of that item. Okay? The wetland buffer comment, this was also brought up in the previous phase. In the previous phase, there was wetland and wetland buffer inside of units. In this phase, there is no wetlands and no buffer within any unit. Zero. Zero. There's none. But we've already addressed it in the previous phase, the concern. There's language in the master deed and bylaws, and again, at the recommendation of the bodies that were involved, we went and installed markers and signs along the buffer. We'll do the same thing. And again, they're not even in the units, but no problem. It's no issue. More than happy to do it. So I believe that should address that item as well. So that takes care of all of the consultant's items, I believe, easily addressed or were in our head. And again, apologize if it wasn't clear. So that leaves this whole well thing. So in order to talk about this well, I have to give a little history of this whole thing. And, you know, there was some quick discussions here. So I'm going to try and keep this part brief. There's way too much detail that I know. And if you want to know the minutiae, I'm more than happy to bore you. But I'm going to try and keep this very high level so I can explain how we got where we are and why we're back with just phase 3. Trust me, we didn't want to do this. We went through 4 reviews. I've spent $50,000 in review fees to start over. It was never our intent. It makes no sense. And there was comments made about moving forward and getting the thing done and getting out of here to let them enjoy the place. Trust me, we would love to. It's been over a year since the first time we submitted phase 3 and 4. A year. And we're right back to where we started. So trust me, I would love to move forward and get done and get out of there. We would love it. We've been delayed so much. We're now literally finishing the last section of the previous phase. We literally have our last few closings in the next month. We are going to be done building in a moment. Like, we're shut down now because of this, what I'm about to describe. So that's the starting background. So just to give you a little history on the PRD, because most of the people here weren't involved and probably have no idea how this whole thing transpired. But I'm going to give you the high-level highlights here. So in 2014, like was just mentioned, previous developer, Gus Zervos, some of you probably know that name, maybe you don't. Brian, I know you know Gus. He was the previous developer. He came back in, and he was the one that revived the PRD, okay? He came in, and he signed an amendment to the original PRD. And in the amendment to the PRD, there is a very, very specific requirement. And again, I have all this documentation here and as much as you want to see. But again, give you the high-level evidence. So part of that requirement in 2014, there was a requirement that a well site be located determined that it was viable, and dedicated within 6 months of 2014, when the PRD amendment was signed. Factual. Fact. There was also a stipulation that said, regardless of that 6 months, no building permit will ever be issued. Zero, never. A home will never be built until that is done. Very crisp and clear, black and white. If somebody would like to dispute that, please feel free. It's very black and white. So that was 2014. In 2016, Clearview Homes, we got heavily involved in the project with Gus Zervos. Okay? We weren't involved in the first phase. We weren't involved in the PRD. We weren't involved in any of these well discussions. To be honest, I had no clue it even existed. It wasn't on my radar, and why would it be? I was not the developer. I came in as a builder to buy developed, build-ready lots. Before we purchased, and just like we do in any situation where we're buying developed lots from somebody else, we came to the township. And we talked to all the important people at the township that should matter, and we said, is Gus done? Is everything that's required to be done, done? Can I pull a building permit? Can I build a home? Can I get a C of O? Can I close a home? And the answer resounding across the board was yes, 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 yes. Every department, everybody. Not a single human here said anything other than yes, feel free. Great, we'd love to see building happening in there. We'd love to see it revived. Great, please do. So we spent millions of dollars and bought the 57 lots. And we happily came in, happily brought in permits, got them reviewed, and started building. That's all facts. And again, if anybody would like to dispute anything I'm saying, please stop me. So when you stop right there and think about those two simple facts, right? PRD and this well site, very crisp and clear about the requirements. And again, it's black and white. I'm more than happy to read it to you, show it to you, sit down, we'll go to lunch, whatever. There's no dispute what that said. When we, as a builder, walk in and talk to everyone at the township and everybody says, yeah, everything's done. Go at it. Yeah, we're so excited to have you build here. And that's what we did. So that was 2016. 4/11/2017, just for reference, is when we pulled our first building permit. There's a copy of it right here if you'd like to see it. It's right there. Brian, you've seen it. Yeah. I mean, it's right there. That's the very first one. Well after the requirement of the PRD that everything be done and completed 6 months after you sign it. We're years already past that time. This is 3 years in. So while we're in there in phase one, building the first 57 homes, Gus Zervos, the previous developer of that, moves on to phase one of Eagle Ridge Estates. He brought it to the township. Again, we had zero involvement. He brought it to the township. He took it through the process. He came in front of the planning commission. He went in front of the board. He met with all the kids. This is not us. Okay? This is while we're in their building on the first 57 lots. Right? So he gets approval on Eagle Ridge Estates phase one. And I just have to throw out a few of these little tidbits from my mind-numbing hours upon hours and weeks of research in going through this literally over 10 years of PRD and everything that's happened. And I will tell you, I am a self-proclaimed expert of this PRD. I never wanted to be, but I was forced to be by the township. That's factual. At the PC meeting for Eagle Ridge Estates, Dick Carlisle stood up here. And I have it, again, if you'd like to read the quote, come on up or I'll pass it around. Dick Carlisle stood here himself and said, all of the conditions of the PRD have been met, and I recommend approval. Pretty convincing to me, but I guess others don't think so. 2019, Eagle Ridge Estates Phase 1 is done and finally approved. We then purchased that from the previous developer, Gus Zervas. We purchased it as raw land with a fully approved development. Okay? This is where me and Brian got really intimate at that point, right? This is where the issues along Royal Road started. But again, I was just the guy doing the work. I didn't produce the plans. I didn't approve them. I wasn't on the planning commission. I wasn't on the board. I wasn't a consultant. So I expected that what was approved, everybody would be happy with. Not really what turned out to be the case, but we made the best of it. We went through, we worked with Brian, we got the development in. I mean, I'm assuming all of you have been through there. I think it is a beautiful development. It is hard for me to stand here and have somebody tell me it's not one of the nicest communities in Independence Township. I mean, anybody want to debate that? Again, I'm happy to debate that one. Point me in the right direction. I mean, that's undeniable. So we purchased that phase, we developed it, and we built 49 more houses. Okay, this is 2019. In 2020, we came in because we were thinking about buying the rest of the vacant land, but the PRD was expiring. So we said to the original developer, Gus Zervas, we're not going to buy the next phase if the PRD is expiring. Again, Brian, you were involved. You remember this. Actually, I believe a few of you were on the board at that time. Not sure if you remember, but I believe you were. So we came in and we extend the PRD. And we moved to purchase the rest of the vacant land. Important fact, yet again, not a single mention of a well. Nobody said, hey, oh, by the way, yeah, we'll extend the PRD, but the previous guy didn't do his job. The township didn't hold him accountable. The lawyer didn't hold him accountable. None of the consultants didn't hold him accountable. Dick Carlisle actually said, I recommend everything is done.
Can I interrupt?
Sure, please.
We got a lot on the agenda.
Yeah,
Are you getting to the point?
I am getting to the point, absolutely.
Can I finish, please?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Are you getting to the point where you acknowledge this condition of the well has been in existence for a long time, but it sounds like you're implying nobody's paying any attention to it?
I'm stating a fact that it was required by the conditions of the PRD that it be completed within 6 months or prior to any building permit being ever pulled. Now I'm millions of dollars deep into this thing, and I'll speed it up to get to the punchline here, right? So again, in 2022, we submit Eagle Ridge Estates Phase 2, we get approval, no mention of a well. Zero. Again, not a mention ever. We develop and build 24 more houses. We now come in for Eagle 3-4 a year ago. Actually, 5/3/2024 is when we got our first review from Jason. It was over a year ago. And on it, it says, after all this previous 10 years, provide a viable well site. I literally fell out of my chair when I saw this review. This is the punchline. I got there for you. I apologize it took me so long. I couldn't even believe it. Utter shock. So we start digging through everything. Like, what does this even mean? And I'll try and be fast to get to the real punchline. So we've spent the last year, 4 reviews with 4 separate conditions or levels of conditions about this well. That's continued to change. And again, you guys have it all. You've seen them all. The well was find a viable well and dedicate it. Well, then previous one says just dedicate it. Then it says make DPW director heavy. Then it says go do this new testing. Then it says grade it flat within X% and give me a stub for water, sewer, storm, power. Like the list just keeps growing. On and on and on. So this is why we came back with just phase 3. Because I am bleeding here. I want the development to keep moving forward, but I can't do this anymore. I've wasted a year of my life. And let me jump to the real punchline. I am more than happy to help solve the sins of the past that I was not even involved in. I am on record. I will help solve it. It's no problem. I've stated this many times. I will help find the viable well site. I will give you what you want. I will do all that. But you got to stop holding me up on this because of that, which I had zero involvement, and all of the facts and evidence say I was not involved and I was not the guy that was supposed to do it. Again, I am more than happy to help solve it. It's no problem. I will do it. All I'm requesting is that you approve phase 3. Let us build 35, only 35, with another 70 lots behind it. No one should be concerned I'm gonna vanish or we're not gonna do it or whatever. I got way more at stake in phase 4. And almost more importantly to me, the common sense factor, the township and the DPW can never get what they want, which is the well site, if I'm not allowed to do phase 3. Because the well has to be in phase 4, that's the only location it can work and fit. And in order to give all these new requirements of the water and the sewer and the electric, it all has to be brought through phase 3 first. It has to. So I'm just asking that common sense prevail here. Not us get shoved in the corner and beat and told that we gotta solve this problem that we were not involved with right now, and until you do, we're stopping you. I'm not gonna allow that to happen anymore. I'm done with it. So this is why I brought what I believe is a great solution for all of us. It is a great plan that meets the intent of the PRD, that hits all the important points. We took the feedback from Jason and Megan and all the consultants, and I feel we went overboard. There's way more landscape around the pond than every other phase that was already approved by the boards. There's way more landscaping in the areas on Rural Road. There was 0 in the previous phase. 0. There was 0 additional landscape. 0. There was a buffer that was left and on a plan that you couldn't even functionally build. So we are confident this meets and exceeds the intent of the PRD. So my request, that again I believe is just backed by common sense, recommend this, knowing that again, you got me on tape, here I am. I am standing behind this and what I've already said many times. I will help solve the problem created by others, none of which was me. But I'm more than happy to help solve it. But we gotta get through phase 3. Not only practically because of the location, because I gotta stop bleeding cash here.
Okay,
I guess that's enough.
thank you.
You're welcome. Any question?
Actually, I have one question.
Go ahead.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes. I'm gonna try.
I just want to make sure I clearly understand what you're proposing. What you're proposing is, if you're allowed to proceed with phase 3, you'll abide by, contingent on the fact that you'll have the well situation remedied prior to construction on phase 4.
Absolutely. And part of the, oh, sorry.
Got it.
Okay, sorry.
Just wanted to
Yes.
be very clear what you were putting on.
Okay.
Question here. So what percentage of phase 1 and phase 2 homes are sold?
Phase 1 and phase, like the all of them, 100%.
So
Done.
when will the HOAs be turned over to the
The
residents?
first one was turned over long ago. It's been turned over. So I think you misunderstood, or maybe whoever, I don't know, responded. I'm not sure.
What about phase
Phase
2?
1, phase 2, I don't know the date off the top of my head. Somebody here may, I don't, it's. March of next year. March of next year, there you go.
Thanks.
And that's what the bylaws or the.
Yeah, it's all
master deed require?
dictated. This isn't just
It's
Clearview
not a matter
Homes
of
or me
occup-
just
It's
not
not a
doing
matter of
something.
a percentage that are sold, it's a hard and fast date.
There's more than just, one side of it. There's either a percentage and or dates, right? So there's a timeout clause when you do a site condo. And that's the time of the timeout clause, that date.
Okay.
No question. Were you involved in any of the top coating in the subdivision?
Yeah,
And you knew that you were still gonna keep building phases, yet you top coated?
Yeah,
Why was that? Why did you do
because
that?
because we've done tons of different developments, and I've done it both ways in my career. And I truly believe you end up with less damage while top coating first, because what happens when you don't top coat, yeah, you may end up with a nice looking top coat, but your curbs get beat to crap. Every time a snowplow goes down the street, they destroy the curbs because you're 2 inches low. So I've been involved not only personally developing, but oversee literally tens of thousands of lots all over the place. And that's factual. I've done it both ways, and I'm the guy that ends up getting the call, has to do the repair. So we consciously made that decision many years ago, and that's how we do all our developments.
Okay.
You know, that's the real reason.
Interesting.
Anybody else have any questions?
No.
Would, for Megan, now that we know that this provision is in the development agreement regarding the wells, if another phase is approved without enforcement of that provision, would it be best to recommend an amendment to that provision?
I think what you could do is in your condition of, if you were going to recommend approval, in those conditions of approval, just make a condition of it, that there's the resolution of a viable well. And then I would leave it to the township board and to the applicant to negotiate whether there should be a change in the permit conditions to accommodate the situation that the applicant has discussed. The other thing is, just to keep in mind, is there might be an off chance that the last phase is never developed and what happens in that scenario. And so, but I don't think that's something that you need to decide. I think that's something that could be negotiated and decided at the township board level.
Yeah, because we can't decide it.
Yeah, so if you had a broad language in the conditions of approval, such as resolution of a viable well, that would encompass what's in the permit conditions, but at the same time, leave room for negotiations if both sides want to do that.
And I understand the consternation over the HOAs and not being turned over, but as much as I don't like it, my understanding, that's really out of our purview.
Yes.
That's between the developer and them. It's my understanding, again, I don't like it. I'm involved in a complex with a lousy road agreement, and we're renegotiating it right now with the developer. I don't like it. So as much as I sympathize with your plight, same thing. It's out of our purview. That's my understanding.
Can I make one comment?
Yeah.
I just want to make one comment about that. Years ago, this subdivision was approved, and they knew it was going to be phased. And I agree, phase 3, we can't hold them up because of phase 1 and 2 not having this agreement, but it does have a bearing on phase 3. I mean, phase 3 and their construction traffic and even the more houses, they will have a bearing on this road. And so what was done in the past affects today. So it's not like you can just say, you know, we don't have any authority. We don't have any authority, I get that. But it still has a bearing on that road. Somehow they should have been tied years ago, in my
Yeah.
opinion.
Frequently on the planning commission and board decisions about development, we have to deal with past sins.
Right.
I just wanted to, make a comment if I could, Mr. Chair. But my opinion on this is you can't enforce the original provisions anyway, because we did 2 phases. It's not like we can say, you know, we can meet the original one. So the question is really just, what are we gonna put in place now? What's reasonable and smart? I mentioned before, you know, I had my first baby when I had the first piece of Morgan Lake ever in front of me in the planning commission, but I haven't been on here for that many years, I was off and on. But I have grandchildren now, and it would make me happy if my grandchild wasn't on this commission approving of Morgan Lake at some point. I think what the petitioner honestly has offered is kind of reasonable, that we get a set time period between the phases that the original expectation is met. And you keep the velocity going and get the development done before, you know, with a speed that the homeowners actually can enjoy a finished development at some point. So I think that's a reasonable way to go. I don't know how what happened. Somehow got through, somehow it didn't get done. We are where we are. I know that's a bad expression, but we gotta deal with where we are. So what's the right thing to do? Put everything on hold and wait for a year and argue about it? Or get things going and set a reasonable deadline that everybody can make and enforce it this time? That's what I would like to do.
Thank you.
I agree.
Sam?
I just want to ask Megan about this 25-foot buffer, you know, is that, would we be requiring the board to amend the PRD to make that something? Because how do we enforce that?
What I would say is, they've offered that the note that's on the site plan that states that things would be, the preservation and landscaping would be away from grading and utilities. I would say that you could have a condition of approval that the note on landscaping location for public utilities and grading matches the graphic representation in the landscape plan and tree preservation shown on the site plan. And so.
I think I might maybe able to reiterate what you just said.
Yeah, so basically, they have something on a note,
Yeah.
and when we reviewed it, what they showed on the plan doesn't match
Right.
what's in the note.
But
The
can we
applic-
ask them to put a dotted line 25 feet like we did with Monarch, where you can't go out, you can't go in that area? I'm not interested in clearing it and then planting trees in it. What I want to know is, can it be a natural,
No.
untouchable buffer?
No, that would be, you could make that recommendation to change.
Well, isn't that what he's promising?
I'm promising that, yes, Sam, we will do it. Jason will make sure I do it. Please,
I'm just,
yes,
you
I
know,
will do
I'm
it.
just, there's
It's
a,
just
dis-
that-
you know, when you say we're not gonna put sewers and things, that doesn't mean that we're not going to go in there, you know? Like, there's other communities where we have to put snow fencing up, you know? Same with the natural feature buffers. Like, there's mechanisms that can be used or stipulated to ensure that those natural buffers remain natural. You know, I just wanna know,
Yeah,
how do
the
we make,
problem
how do we
is-
protect
The problem
ourselves?
is, and Jason, I would ask you to weigh in, is when I read those plans, there's a storm sewer that's going down the eastern property line, it's about 5 feet off. And then they're showing tree preservation over that storm sewer pipe. So those, unless you're boring.
No, no,
Yeah,
right.
So
He's not boring.
what we would like is just that whatever they've said in the note and committed to tonight, that is shown graphically on a landscape plan that can be verified, and that also is the same for tree preservation.
Okay, so that can be addressed, but in a
Yeah.
way that it's not just,
Can I approach you, Sam?
well, I believe what you're saying.
No, but I just want to show you something on the plan, please. And is there a problem with that? or-
All right,
This is the storm line she's referencing, right?
yep,
It's clearly indicated along
Yep.
here, there's a 15
Right.
foot. There's no way that's only 5 feet, right?
Right.
There's a catch. Again, this is pictorial.
I get it.
We haven't done engineering yet. In engineering, there will be a clear, I'll put whatever kind of line indicator says 25 feet. And again, Jason's gonna be reviewing all this.
right.
If it's not 25 feet untouched, throw it in the garbage.
Well, we just want to make sure we got the same notations
Understand.
around the natural feature buffer and the buffering
and-
properties, that you have a
I
dot. I
understand.
would prefer just a dotted line to be like,
And
hey,
if an ordinance or something said, give us a dotted line, I would have put a dotted line. I
okay,
got no problem.
I got you.
So
That's fine.
I promise you, it will come in with 25 feet.
Okay. So
Say again?
that isn't something that we had been requiring in the past, these natural buffers, which we've started doing. Just wanna, it works better than clearing and putting
Right.
trees in. Yep. I don't know, this is still,
Still can't make a motion.
I don't have an issue with them building them, it's a matter of the, access.
To me, there's no way,
That's
there's
a separate.
no way they're gonna make a construction actions on Roar Road. All you're doing is taking the problem from these people, put it on other people. That's, to me, that's not the question. If there's gonna be a construction asset, it's gonna have to be on the west side of the property. You have to like go through the wetland or something to build a construction. That's the only remedy for construction entrance.
So I think this is ready to move forward personally. Subject to, in my opinion, subject to, most of Megan's comments. And, the engineers and the fire marshals' comments. And I guess I'd like to see, see what people think. Do we recommend the board that they consider the Roar Road access? Or Ron, I think you were just saying.
I think
you don't
that's
think-
a total egregious, step to take to the Roar Road residents, so. It's like, to me,
Okay.
I don't, to me, that was emergency access, and that got decided a long time ago, and that's what it is.
Okay, and I think that the condition that we make the well, site,
Viable.
viable in a timeframe, approved by the board.
That's the board decision.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay.
And don't forget about the approved, road maintenance agreement prior to construction.
You can't.
No.
It's out of our purview.
That's part of the
I thought you
HOA
said-
agreement.
It's out of our
Not
purview.
HO, Sam, did you say something like that?
I would want to.
Stipulation of construction to begin after the road maintenance, that doesn't even say HOA anywhere in it.
No, that would be, that's not in the permit conditions. If you want to do that, you can make a separate motion to recommend that the township board consider that. And then make a separate motion to recommend approval, either as is or with any conditions. So that
Which
would
one
be-
goes first?
It doesn't matter.
So I could say, I would like to make a motion to stipulate an approved road maintenance agreement prior to any construction.
Not to stipulate, what you could do is that
You're recommending the board makes
the
that
planning
decision.
commission recommends the
Considers it,
board
yeah.
considers.
Yeah.
We're changing the permit conditions to require a maintenance agreement.
Prior to permits being issued is how you should say.
For PC file 2025-006 Clearview Homes, Eagle Ridge Estates, Phase 3.
So, just to repeat back, what your motion is that it's a motion for the planning commission to recommend that the township board consider amending the permit conditions to require a maintenance agreement to be filed with the township prior to any building permits.
And reviewed by our attorneys,
And reviewed by your attorneys.
if that's okay.
Bingo, yes. Yes.
I would prefer Belinda made the motion, the full motion.
But that, you're
I thought I
recommending
did.
that the all you're doing is that the planning commission is recommending that the
The board.
township board consider it.
Right.
They can say no.
Say so moved, Belinda.
So moved.
Do you want her to say the
Do you want me to
words?
say those words again?
No,
Okay.
I think it's what you need for whoever's your recording secretary to take the motion.
Question.
You would need a second.
Are we, well, before you make second, before that happens. Are we, yeah, too late. So, are we making separate motions for
Yes.
separate board
Yes.
recommendations? We're just gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 instead of just one?
All separate.
A, B, C, okay. Makes
That's what
sense.
she said.
Actually, I
All
think
right.
you have two groups. You have one where you're recommending the township board consider things
Yeah.
that are in the permit conditions that's only under their purview to change. And then you would have a separate motion to recommend approval, denial, approval with conditions, to the township board with anything that's under your purview.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So with Belinda's motion, the rest of us are basically saying that's the only thing we want the township board to modify in the PRD amendment, as an amendment, right? That's what we're saying.
Unless somebody makes
Unless
another
we-
motion
yeah.
after that.
We haven't made a motion to approve the plan yet, and the.
Right, this
special
isn't, we're not to the plan, we're
Right.
just to the,
This is
Right.
just
The
regarding the
PRD
road
amendment.
maintenance agreement.
right, so
Okay.
I disagree with Ron. I think we should have a construction entrance off of Aurora Road. If there's not a consensus, then this won't move forward, but I think we should figure
Yeah,
out what we
but
want to
this
do.
Well,
is-
That's why we're doing
let's-
it individually.
let's call the
We can
question.
make a
I don't
motion.
think we are
Let's-
doing them individually. I think we're doing them together as an amendment, and then we'll look at the plans,
Jason?
right?
May I?
Yeah.
I'd like to call a question. There was a second, Joe seconded it. So, Belinda, why don't you take roll?
Ron Ritchie,
The motion was to have a road maintenance agreement.
Correct.
for the entrance, this has nothing to do with
For
road,
the entrance,
for the entrance. That's what the road maintenance agreement is for.
for the,
Well, I don't,
It's for the
no, it's not for the
Well, it's for the neighborhood, but it
Yeah.
includes the entrance,
Just
that
leave it
all
at
the
a-
residents.
road maintenance agreement.
yeah, for.
Prior
the
to-
internal
All the
roads.
phases.
Yeah,
To be in
Yes.
place prior to
He said
issuing.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Jason Borsheim.
Yes?
Sam Morocco.
Yes.
Bill Scarborough.
Yes.
David Lomar.
Yes.
Belinda Billings, yes. Joe Sucher.
Yes.
Now, Jason, you wanted to talk about the Royal Road.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that the board would consider a PRD, an amendment to allow the Roar Road entrance for construction traffic.
Only, is that what you're,
Emergency and construction.
Well, yeah, it's always gonna be emergency.
I don't know how you can say it's construction traffic only. It's gonna be open to the whole subdivision.
Yeah.
well, if they had a gate,
They're
why?
not
Can I
gonna
make-
have a gate, not for
There-
construction traffic.
There's a gate there now, I mean,
Well, it'll just
Can I
be
make-
locked.
Can I make a suggestion? Amend your motion to say that the board considers use of the Royal Road entrance for construction and/or general public. And then it's up to the board to decide.
Yeah, yes, I agree, that's even a wider scope.
Okay. Do we have a sec? Everybody understand the motion? Do
Once
we
you
have a second?
then you can have discussion.
Do we have a second?
A question on that, when would the, are we recommending that the access terminate at some period, at some point in time?
No.
We're saying.
No.
It's gotta be emergency.
First of all.
Oh, no, yeah, right.
To get it over with, I'll second it. All we're doing is recommending that the board consider it. We're not putting any stipulations on it, how long, we're just, and they'll come up with the details.
Okay.
Right, they can shoot it down, I just wanna get it to them.
So all we're doing is pushing this to the board. We're not gonna say whether we're for it or against it. We're just
That's my
having them make
understanding.
the decision on it.
That's all
I
I'm
think
saying.
there needs to be
I
more
think it's fine.
discussion on it for me.
We're kind of split, so
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Because we're split. I mean, it's the board decision anyway.
Mhm.
But I don't wanna send it to them without any dialogue, you know? There's got, if, there's gotta be a way to maybe do better. Is there a way to do better how we're doing it if we don't go out the back? I mean, is there a way to correct some of the stuff?
Remember the construction, road on the west part of this property? Like I say, it's gonna have to take some
Can I throw out an idea?
modification.
yes.
Well,
Am I
make
allowed
it
to?
quick, because we got a motion
Yeah,
on the
we're-
floor.
Pretty much going out here quick, but, what if we put a gate separating the new phase 3 from where all the homeowners live? They'll be super happy. Then all the construction has to go in and out. Nobody can go between phase 2 and phase 3. There already exists a second emergency access in the other phase.
I
in the
hear what you're saying, it's probably a good idea, but under my interpretation of the motion and the second, you argue that point with the board.
Oh, I'm not arguing, I'm just trying to
Well,
move this
make
forward.
it, call whatever you want. You make that point with the board. They'll figure out the details. So, Belinda, you got, I seconded it. You got that? You take
Yeah.
roll.
You want more, anybody got any more?
Well,
to
I
say
had one more
about it?
question.
Yeah.
Did he say there's another?
There's
Sure
two.
is.
On the whole development, there's two.
There's two.
There's two emergency
Emergency
access
access.
that go out on
Where's
Royal
the
Road.
other one? I didn't see it.
It's in the new
There's one
phase
part
that's
that's
under
under
construction.
Oh,
It's
even better.
No, it's
No.
not.
No, it's not.
It's in a
Any
worse
construction traffic
location
going
on
on Royal
Roy.
Road is,
It's
I
at a
would
corner on,
bitch
a
like
90-degree
crazy.
corner on Roy. It's not.
if
But
they
is
want
it
to
further
construct
away from
entrance,
residents?
Put it on the west side of this property.
All right. I'm gonna call the question. Belinda,
That's what we did.
take a roll.
Ron Ritchie,
No.
Jason Borsheim,
Yes,
Sam Morocco,
I'll send it to the board. Sure.
Bill Scarborough.
Yes.
David Lomar,
No.
Belinda Billings, yes. Joe Sucher,
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
In the case of PC 2025006, I'd like to move for approval of final site plan and special land use,
Recommend approval.
recommend approval, sorry, and of special land use, contingent on the comments and reports of Carlisle Wortman, dated May 27th, Independence Township Fire dated June 7th, our engineers report, I don't know the date, sorry. What was it?
June 4th.
June 4th, and subject to a, I think I'm gonna say this right, amendment of the PRD to allow for the well viability to be decided at a future time with the township board. So,
That should have been a separate motion.
That
Separate-
should have been a
separate?
separate motion, I would say again, with, maybe subject to resolution of available, of a viable well site per the PRD.
I'll take that, subject to the approval of a viable well site
Per
for the
the,
PRD,
I'll support.
and that's it.
Belinda?
Ron Ritchie,
Yes?
Jason Borsheim,
Yes.
Sam Morocco,
Yes.
Bill Scarborough,
Yes.
David Lomar.
Yes.
Belinda Billings, yes. Joe Sucher.
Yep. Okay, so just to be clear, because of what he worded in that we don't need a separate motion on the well. We covered it, right?
yes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Try to be efficient.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next.
All right,
Thank you.
next item on the agenda is not a public hearing. PC file 2024-011, Kirkromanix. Final site plan approval for phase 2 of Monarch Grove, consisting of 3 one-story attached, single-family housing buildings totaling 18 units.
Can I suggest a 5-minute break, Mr. Chair?
You need one? Okay.
Desperately.
Everybody okay with a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
5-minute break.
Thank you. Ron was gonna walk away anyway.
Let's get,
No, I'm glad you
get
did.
back to business.
I can't have you go on.
I know. You make a good preacher.
All right, next item, PC 2024 Kirko Mannix. Final site plan approval for Phase 2 of Monarch Grove, consisting of 3 one-story buildings. Megan, would you like to address the various action items and review your comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Planning Commission has seen this before, and the following changes have been made from the previous final site plan that you reviewed. The number of units distributed among the building has been changed to 3 triplexes and a single 7-unit building to 2 triplexes and 2 5-unit buildings. So same number of units, just spread out in different sized buildings. The building locations have been adjusted and they now meet the required setbacks. The floor plans and color elevations with building materials is identified for all of the buildings, including side unit floor plans and elevations for both types of buildings. Photometrics and example wall mounted lights have been shown. Details on the proposed roofing materials have been provided. The area for tree preservation is beyond the 50-foot setback line with supplemental tree plantings, and a landscape maintenance summary has been added. The action for the Planning Commission is to grant final approval with conditions, disapproval, or ask for revisions. At the end of our letter, under observation, we asked the applicant provide a number of things, and I know that they have a presentation and may address those as we go forward. What you should keep in mind as you're looking at things tonight is that you need to make the following findings: whether the proposed buffer on the western property line meets the requirements of section 10.06 of the zoning ordinance, and then whether the final site plan meets the standards in section 607, particularly whether elements of the site plan are harmoniously and efficiently organized in relationship to topography, the size of the plot, character of adjoining property, type and size of buildings. Also, what was received in your packet but was not mentioned, or I think it was highlighted in our review, was that the applicant did give examples of the blackout curtains that are proposed in the larger building that's been a subject that the Planning Commission has discussed with the applicant over the course of your review.
Okay. Jason, I wonder if you have any comments, and I would appreciate it if you would address your comments number 7, 8, and 9.
There's like the slope, yeah.
That's,
So,
yeah.
the increased buffer that they're providing, the way that they're accommodating or providing that is by doing a one-on-one slope in the rear of these units, which they've got called out on the landscape plans as a no-mow turf with an erosion control blanket. There's not a lot of details provided at this point as to what that would entail, but obviously a one-on-one slope is very steep, and stabilizing that is our main concern that is referenced in those items there. There were, I think 8 and 9 were more comments that could be addressed, down the road. There were more just minor slope comments and driveways, things like that. But number 7, dealing with that one-on-one slope, is what I would like to hear them clarify tonight, and then obviously have some discussion on that topic. The rest of the letter, we had continued to point out the sanitary sewer along the northern property line and just the preservation of trees as a result of getting that in. Still recommending some alternates, but I think at the last meeting they described their theory to directional drill a lot of that to preserve the trees there. And then just a point of clarification on the water service. The DPW wants individual service to each unit, not one per building. So something that they can address on the engineering plans as well.
Okay. Any quick questions from the commission? If not, let's see what the applicant has to say. Is the applicant is here? Why don't you come to the podium?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Endress. I'm with Kirko Mannix. I have several members of our team with me this evening. I have Dean Kurlick here, who is the owner of the property and our chief investment officer. I have Mason Brown, who is our civil engineer for the project, and Pat Conroy, who is our landscape architect And accompanied with his staff, we had some arborists involved with the project who conducted the tree survey, et cetera. I've put together a brief PowerPoint, reviewed all the comments, actually amended our drawings to incorporate the comments, but I thought might be best to walk through a PowerPoint to tell you how we've solved that. One point I'd like to make that was previously mentioned, but the sanitary line has been moved to the south side of the property. I have some aerial views in our PowerPoint presentation, which we did that to preserve trees on the property. So if you want to walk through this, I've introduced our team. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the project. Right here, the drone is located over the top of Sashabaw Road. Just wanted to give everyone perspective. The front building that you see consists of a 3-story building. At the northwest corner of the site, which is the right part of this drawing at the rear, is a 2-story, and to the left is a 1-story. The left corner of the drawing slopes upward towards the subdivision. Over to the right is fairly flat, and the residents are in the rear kind of tail off in distance from that corner of the project. We've revised our site plan to incorporate all the, as Megan mentioned, we've avoided all variances which were an issue at our last meeting. We've complied with the 50-foot setback distance. We've come up with a plan to preserve every single tree that can possibly be preserved on this site in advance. Next slide, please. This is just a blow-up. We are creating some rain gardens between each one of the buildings. As I pointed out in my previous presentation, this site does not emit any storm water load into the surrounding system. Everything is retained on site. We've redone the storm calculations to confirm that our existing forebay and detention pond accommodate that storm drainage. Next slide, please. Even though the township doesn't have a tree ordinance in place, we've complied with many of them on our projects across the country. There was a minor discrepancy in the drawings where we located some trees or counted some trees that were outside the boundaries of the site. We've amended that. Pat Conroy, our landscape architect, can address any concerns, but the bottom line is we've even brought the tree preservation fence inside of the 50-foot setback distance, and it's not our intent to disturb any of that. We've added notes to the drawings with respect to replacement of any dead plant materials. At the request of the residents, it's our intent to, really the only disturbance would be we will remove some of the dead material that's back here. Don Coates and Joe Graff, who are residents there, are present, and we've discussed that with them. Next slide, please. This is sort of an aerial view of the site. I brought this along just to address any questions that anyone might have. While we're on this slide, if you look at the top of the site, of this photograph, which is the southern portion of the site, in our previous submission, we had the sanitary sewer at the bottom of the drawing. We've relocated that to the top of the drawing because you can see that the tree cover is minimized up there. We feel like we can snake it through there. We've had several meetings on site to review that and work through that issue. You also will note on the right side of the drawing in the curb line, there's existing evergreens along that, which will be relocated to the top of the slope to provide screening, which will be inside the 50-foot setback. We've found the health of those, including this photograph. We've provided notes on the drawings in terms of maintenance, et cetera, and any of them that we relocate, we will replace or preserve. We're gonna space those so that we don't, we have so many trees now, we're gonna have to space them literally between the trees in many cases. Once we place this tree protection line, my recommendation, and I've offered this to the residents as well, we'd like to walk it with the township and with the residents, and in some cases we can call an audible and try to save additional trees as well. Next slide, please. So even though the township doesn't have a woodlands preservation plan, we've tried to provide you with a template for one in this project. Every tree has been tagged and numbered on the site. Species has been identified, and we've provided a count, etc. But based on our previous submission to this meeting, we're saving about 100 additional trees. So next slide, please. This is a listing of every single tree within the proximity of the construction. It is not nearly every tree on the site. I'd just kind of like to point that out. Next slide, please. We've provided notes and a landscaping plan which complies with all requirements of the zoning ordinance. The drawings have been revised to indicate all disease, damaged, or dead materials shall be replaced in accordance with the township standards. In some cases, the drawings have been revised to indicate the spacing of certain plant types. There was an issue with some graphic symbols which we consolidated, and we believe we've included all the requirements for a final site plan approval in terms of a landscape plan. Next slide, please. This cross-section is really at the worst condition on the site, where we transition from, call it the woods, into the residences. We've identified an approved engineering type that we've had our geotechnical engineer as well as our civil engineer and landscape engineer look at. We've met with subcontractors who have performed this. It's called a no-mow engineered slope. It essentially consists of soil erosion fabric, which is then embedded with topsoil. The fabric is pinned to the subgrade and it's sprayed with a custom mix of hydro seed. So we've looked at sites where this has been implemented in the past and found them to be very successful. We have looked at various solutions to that particular portion of the site, including but not limited to retaining walls, which would require fencing and would potentially require under drainage. Frankly, this involves the minimum amount of tree, or the maximum amount of tree preservation of any solution. We will submit as part of the engineering approval all the engineering documents which support our design solution. We were concerned about the steepness of it, but we've gotten comfortable with the engineering process we've gone through. We feel it's important to our residents not to give them a basement type feeling of looking out at a retaining wall and feeling that all the views of the surrounding trees, et cetera, are obstructed. And I think that I think all the parties that I've spoken to related to this project, it's important to preserve as much of the natural environment as possible. So that we feel this is sort of the Goldilocks solution. Next slide, please. This is just a blow up of those slopes. We've provided the horizontal distances which we're looking to maintain, and the offset, as well as where the 50-foot setback line would be. We've walked the site. This is the worst condition, which occurs at the southwestern portion of the site. As you move towards the north, it tends to flatten out more. Next slide, please. This is just a note. This will be a fully engineered system. Next slide, please. We've provided all plantless materials. All our details are in compliance with Michigan State's recommendations for the best methods of installation. It'll all be warranted. We've also added some additional notes that I've previously alluded to in terms of tree replacements, etc. Next slide, please. Stormwater analysis. We've done detailed calculations of the stormwater detention requirements on the site to ensure that the existing 4-bay detention pond, elliptical pipe, storm pipe, etc., will accommodate the additional impervious areas of the new construction. Next slide, please. This is a view of our 5-plex concept. We have kind of made some minor adjustments to this from what you've previously seen to kind of establish some symmetry with the placement of the chimneys. The gables on the rear of the cottages, we feel this provides more architectural relief and is a better look. Next slide, please. This is the 3-plex concept with elevations. We've tried to kind of enhance the symmetry of and kind of finely tuned all of these elevations. Next slide, please. This is just an enlarged unit with dimensions. We've kind of gone through and thought through all the window locations, etc. We've made some minor door revisions relative to the last submission in this document. Next slide, please. This is the rear of the facility. I included this just to give you an idea. I think, again, the utilities will go down the right side of the site now versus the left side of the site. You can see the difference. We continue to be committed to the window treatment option on the building and all the common areas. We've provided details with respect to that. Next slide, please. We've done a detailed photometric plan. Essentially, coach lighting. We've provided a fixture submittal for the coach lighting we will have on the front of the cottages. We've specified a downlight for the soffit to minimize any horizontal light transmittance. We, on the existing building, have specified 2700 Kelvin as our color temperature. I believe the township has a requirement of 35. So we're warmer than that. I can tell you our company is very fanatical about color temperature. You can walk the hallways out there. Everything is color matched and color corrected. So we've investigated with our engineer. All the lamps for these fixtures are separate components, meaning they're light bulbs. We have provided a note to say that they will all be 2700 Kelvin. We've provided a detailed photometric plan for the site. All of the existing site lighting related to the congregate building, which is to the right of this, is existing and was approved as part of the original construction. Next slide, please. We might be to the end. So bottom line, we don't see any comments that can't be, that we're unwilling to comply with. From an engineering perspective, we're aware of all of Jason's comments, and we would propose that they be handled at an engineering level and be incorporated into the documents. So our team is here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Brian, you got something?
Just on the photometric plan, since we were there, you showed the fixture, and you talked about downward, it looks like glass on all four sides of the fixture. I don't know if we can go back to the photometric plan.
Sure.
Brian?
Yeah.
Carriage light?
Yeah, the carriage light, you know, but I guess you didn't really state what the light was on the backside, because that's one of the things we talked about, controlling the fixture, so it's only downward
Yeah,
directional lighting in the rear of the units.
the coach lights would be out in front of the units. There would be nothing like that in the rear. There would only be one light in the soffit that would be switched at the porch.
It's all direct
and
down then. So
direct down with no
Okay.
horizontal
I missed
light
that,
transmittance. So that's kind of hard. Apologize for my vision, but it's in the lower left-hand part of that
Okay.
drawing.
Very good. I was just thinking I was missing that, so.
Yeah, surface mount down light.
Other questions?
Yeah.
for him?
I guess I got two comments on it. I'm not a big fan of Unit 1 because it's causing a violation in the 50-foot natural buffer because of the proximity of the units right on the 50-foot line, so it looks like you're gonna disturb that. If you wanna find a page, it's L1 that shows that. I mean, the amount of units is an aggressive amount, and I'm not as overwhelmed with the amount of units. I wouldn't probably agree to this density of units being added, other than you've done such a great job with the property. The property looks good, it looks buffered, it's very protected, it's very low, so I don't think making it, arguing over units is as big of an issue for me as that reason that lot 1 right there, you gotta clear the trees into the 50-foot buffer zone that we didn't wanna touch in order to build it. Is what.
I guess that was my feeling too. We talked before about the number of units and number of buildings in both the previous reviews. And now they come back again, they did lower the number of buildings, but the number of units is still at 16. And originally it was 15. I guess Megan, I was gonna say that when you said the number of units hasn't changed, it didn't change from the last time,
It changed from the original, yes.
but it did change from the original, and that's when I say we complained about the number of units and the number of buildings both in the first go-around. And to me, I'm not in favor of the 5-unit buildings at all. To me, both need to be 4 units. And then that brings it in tighter to save the 50-foot buffer, like you're saying, Sam, so. Yes, Megan?
Very good.
I just want to point out that per the ordinance, this level of density is compliant. So it complies, the number of units overall complies with the amount of density that they're allowed with this zoning and with this use by right.
It may be allowed, doesn't mean that's approved, though, so that will approve that density. You're saying just because it's allowed, it has to be given?
Yes, well, I mean, it's an administrative, if it's a permitted use in a zone, at that density, you would have to make you don't necessarily have to allow it, but if you deny it or require it to be changed, you need to make findings as to why that density reduction is warranted when it's allowed by right underneath the zoning ordinance. So if it is something like that relates to health, safety, and welfare, or that the sewer pipes, you know, the utilities couldn't handle it, et cetera.
Well, I guess we objected in the first review, and it was at 15, and they came back with a fix, and it went to 16. I guess I don't understand how when we object at a lower number, then it comes back at a higher number, and we have to, you're saying that has to be approved, then, so.
I'm saying that's what it is, you know, per law.
I understand.
I wouldn't advise it.
Okay, so let me ask you this, so I'm the stickler for the 50-foot no-touch zone, it's no secret, you know what I'm saying? We've been talking about it forever, why can't that unit 1 be added to the side of unit 16? So that they're not having to work in the no-touch zone to build unit 1, if we can't deal with the.
They move the two buildings together more.
What? On the end of 16, there's nothing on the next to 16.
I thought it wasn't there a slope issue or no?
We have spent literally tens of thousands of dollars working through every elevation. There's a lot at work here in terms of how the units step up and down to minimize the driveway slopes. Jim, from our team.
Are you looking
do
at
have any
L1?
comment? But our intent is to preserve the 50-foot setback all the way around, so.
It's a setback. I mean, and to me, so kind of a naive question, right? But the way I look at the setback means you're not allowed to build a structure within that window. Every home, just simply.
I understand what you're saying, but that's not what, when we originally approved this program, we had a 50-foot area that was going to be undisturbed around the perimeter of this property.
So does it, so I.
And can you come up to the podium, please?
Sure. Yeah, so my name's Dean Carroll. So one question, is the ordinance require a 50-foot no-touch zone? Is that the law, or is it a 50-foot setback?
It's a 50-foot setback. It's
So-
a 50-foot building setback.
And if I'm understanding, a 50-foot setback prevents vertical construction in that window,
Yes.
not.
We understand what a setback is. That's not what we were talking about. We're talking about when we originally approved this program, it wasn't by accident that we didn't go outside the 50-foot setback and disturb the soil or trees or vegetation outside the 50-foot setback. That was part of the attraction of the design of it, that we wouldn't do that. We weren't gonna clear it and then put in berms and pine trees. We weren't gonna go in it, period. You know, we weren't going to disturb it. That was what I remember the intent being when we approved it, which you've stood by mostly on the property, you know, especially around the back near the neighboring residents, you know, so, that's what I'm referring to. I know what a 50-foot setback is, for construction, but that's what, you know, having the building on the lot line pushes the disturbance of the natural vegetation outside the setback, is what I'm saying.
So, and,
Okay.
so I think I hear what you're saying. I think, one consideration is that the topography in that location, as Dave was touching on, is very flat. And so actually, I think our ability, even though we're close to that setback, you know, in an area where the topography is a bigger drop-off, if we had a building that close to the setback, the topographic grading would require a disturbance that moves well into that 50-foot setback area. Here, because we're basically at the natural grade, we really shouldn't have to disturb beyond that 50-foot setback. I mean, technically, there might be a couple of feet, just from a practicality.
You need
but
10 feet on the side of the building to disturb. That's just normal building. I'm just saying, you showed the sodded lawn going well into the 25 feet into the 50 feet on that side of lot 1. That's what my point I was making, where we were trying not to do that.
We're all for
you know?
keeping it as natural as possible. and
That
I
was,
think
that was my one item, and the other one item is the steep slope. I've got issues with that steep slope. We wanted a retaining wall. I think that I think there's a compromise to be made. I think it's a mistake to have a a super steep slope, especially anything close to more than a 3-to-1, that's gonna land at the sideline and intersect there, where even a 3-foot boulder wall that resembles the rest of the boulder walls on your property would soften that breakup between sodded lawn and unmowable steep slope. I'm not in favor of having, I know what erosion does in 100-year storms and rains, and, you know, to have those two intersect, to me, just doesn't seem like, I don't think it's an attractive look, and I don't think that I think it's gonna be hard to maintain that edge of that, you know, I mean, it's almost a 45-degree angle on some of the stuff. So, the likelihood that that's not gonna wash out or not grow well or not be attractive is I think is likely with it, making those two connections, you know? This,
Our engineering team disagrees with you respectfully. And they've reviewed it in detail and done it. This is our civil engineer.
Yeah, my name's Mason Brown, and as far as the storm, yes, we're well aware that a heavy storm and slopes are a challenge. So what we've got is a swale outside the building. Under the swale is stone. Under the stone is perforated pipe. And we also have yard drains set outside every rear entry. So water comes, it'll hit the swale. We're running, excuse me, the swales run between 2 and 5% slopes, which are, you know, heavy, good slopes. Instead of just sod, we have the water soaking down into the stone, and and then going out to the piping system, and then we have yard drains outside of every door, you know, many inches below. So we've really got this covered, as we feel, belt and suspenders to keep water away from our clients' tenants.
and erosion.
In erosion, everything is going to be, as Dave mentioned, with that slope. You know, it's a stabilized slope, which is a no-mow, heavy-duty grasses, if you wish, which have deep roots. So it's not like turf, which is, you know, that deep. These are heavy.
Sounds like what you put on the side of a highway embankment.
And do those wash out often?
Well, that's what you're putting in the back of this, in the people's backyard. The mowed grass goes into this weed, this deep-rooted weed mix that climbs?
No,
Or what?
weed is an incorrect and inaccurate term. It's a custom seed mix.
It's a normal amount, it's fescues. Okay, it's all fescues. That's
Okay.
what it does. And it comes up, it gets up to about 8-10 inches, and it kind of like loops over. It doesn't look, this isn't an MDOT freeway. So it's a specific turf. And you put the mesh down, that's pinned, this gets hydroseed, it's sprayed into it. We just did one about 4 weeks ago, it's coming up beautifully on a slope steeper than this. It works very well, we've done it in the past. It's not, it's a nice look. It is not an MDOT freeway.
Jason, what do you think about that?
I echo your concerns, they're in the letter. The design standards for the township don't specify a maximum permitted slope, so we're phrasing it as a recommendation or a concern, but there's not a.
We don't have a,
No,
how come everywhere else we have a slope
the
going?
teams we have are relative to stormwater management, like in the basins, things like that, where maximum slopes are specified, but from a general site grading standpoint, there isn't a provision that specifies a maximum slope.
Do we have an area that's developed in the township that has that type of slope? Do we have any experience with that slope?
Not in my tenure as the township engineer, that I'm aware of.
Just to play both sides of the coin here, I'm just thinking, okay? If this was the kind of project that was gonna be sold to, let's just say a subdivision, it was gonna be sold to homeowners. And so the person that's putting this in and putting this alternative method of no-mow lawn could walk away from it and basically be done with it in a matter of years. I'd probably be a little more concerned. But these guys, they're gonna be around, they're experienced developers, they're gonna own it, they're gonna operate it. They have maintained a beautiful facility. Yes, they could sell it, but they're still gonna sell it to an operator. So they're gonna be there to fix the problem, if it exists, it develops. My thought, as an alternative, could we require a specific bond for that to be held for a longer period of time to make sure that it maintains and holds up?
The area of disturbance for this project is gonna require a soil erosion permit through the county, and the county will not release that permit until vegetation has been established to their satisfaction. So what you're describing is in place already without doing any additional provisions.
Okay.
Is there anything gonna be on the slope?
Sleds in the
You show a
winter,
tree on the slope.
toboggans, maybe.
Well,
On
we're
the
gonna
drawing.
we're gonna relocate the trees that are currently along that western curb line to this top of the slope to provide additional. Yeah,
Right.
where it's gonna flatten out,
Right, the trees, I mean, I'm happy that you moved outside the 50-foot to plant the pine trees and kept that high, higher up there, Is that where we're putting like real pine trees to buffer these houses? Or are they the shrubs that you're, or the smaller bushes that are going up there? In the picture here that's depicted, it shows the existing grade and that shows proposed grade, it shows the pine trees being planted, after the deciduous trees, but before the steep slope. Is that what we would expect to see?
yes, we have, I believe, 48.
Yeah, the trees, the intention is to take the trees that are there right now and move them up on top.
Put them on top, then the steep slope. I mean,
Yeah.
our biggest concern, no doubt, is to protect the residents who live right there. If the people who buy these condos or, live in these condos look at a grass wall, I guess that's their own business.
Right.
I just was
I
concerned
agree.
about the transition between the steep slope and the mowed lawn, how that comes together and then doesn't inadvertently affect the swale, because being in construction, a lot of that. But, I mean, I do find a little comfort that it's yours and you're not handing it off, and that those are gonna be really expensive independent living facilities, I'm assuming is what it is, right?
They'll be part of our independent
Right,
living neighborhood. And I'll be candid with you, I'm a civil engineer by education. I reacted the same way you did when I first saw it. But, I learned something new through the process, and we're confident in the product and the engineering behind it.
I don't think it hurts the township to do it your way. I don't know if it's the most attractive way. I probably would have put a 2-foot or 3-foot boulder wall in as an architectural feature for the the resident, and then went up steep or something to make that break from sod to steep slope. But I'm not gonna hold you up because of it. I just thought that would be a better way of making that transition between the two, that's
Our
all.
concern with that, and I actually hit a slide in the PowerPoint there, but we did a study on that. We would have to take down more trees because you need then the under drainage for the retaining wall. Then you need the backfill for the retaining wall. So our offset off the building grows and encroaches into the wooded area. So this is kind of, as I mentioned, sort of the Goldilocks solution.
Are you creating the steep slope, or is it mimicking the existing steep slope, so the so trees or anything that happens to be on the steep slope can stay, or are we pushing back the whole slope?
It's all new.
All new? Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I got right now.
Other questions?
Just a few.
David.
Are you actually, the swale actually does make the slope a little bit, because it comes
Yes.
down, right? So you're kind of cutting the gully, right?
Right.
I gotta be honest, first of all, I appreciate the PowerPoint, it actually was helpful, so whoever put the hours and put the slides together, it made it a little bit easier to follow. I also appreciate the efforts to try to address, I think it came out a pretty hard idea last time. There were a lot of open things that I just didn't feel comfortable personally handling administratively. I don't mind a few things, but there were some significant things, so I appreciate the effort in trying to meet all of those. There's still a few, and I'm gonna ask our consultants in a second how we feel about handling a few of these if we do move to approval tonight. I actually got pretty excited about the no mow thing. And I'm an engineer, but I'm an electrical, so I know how the hell this stuff works, but the idea of being kind of once and done, and I actually expected it was gonna be short grass, the way it just, I guess intuitively thought you're not mowing, but this kind of 8 inches and it folds over is kind of interesting to me. I don't know, as a resident might look very nice. If it fails, you have a huge vested interest in fixing it, right? So if the thing, and I think a lot of research has gone into this, so I'm kind of curious about it. It's quite high. I mean, when you put the swale in here and you go up there, I was kind of joking that you'll have sleds coming down here and the seniors will watch my grandkids or their grandkids coming down this thing.
Just, if I could just add one thing to the conversation. The lower left of that drawing is where that cross-section represents. That's sort of the worst condition.
The corner here? So
Yeah.
I'm looking at the cross section.
As you
on
go
my
to the
screen.
top of the drawing,
Yeah,
things flatten out back there. That condition doesn't exist.
it's more like a ditch or
Well, it's even extremely flat during one portion, so it's kind of hard to represent all
Yeah,
the
the cross-section doesn't do
undulation
it,
to
right.
it without looking at the grading plan,
If you,
but
if you look at the other one where you can see the topographic lines, you can really see, kind of like, I'll say the northernmost 5 plats. With the first 3 units, there's almost no grade difference. So
And it's
really
slowly-
What we're
yeah.
focused on is looking at the most extreme example that we have about, like, the back of all of these units. So it really, as we kind of move away from that point, that this slope, it's the same pitch, but instead of it going, 14 feet, it's 12 feet,
Yep.
and it's 8 feet, and it's 6 feet, and it's only 2 feet, right?
Yeah, you really are showing it, probably on some of the aerial, I couldn't tell honestly, those like renderings, right? But they were really helpful. You probably have shown it that way, and shown how it kind of wallowed off a little bit. But
if you go to the 6th slide in, Brian, sheet C2 is a blow-up of that. There you go. So you can see the grading lines just on top of the buildings there. As Dean mentioned, those are the southwestern buildings. That's where the most extreme condition exists. But things, as you go to the right, flatten out, and as you get to, if you go one slide further to C3, oops. There, it flattens out as you get, you could see the difference in the grade lines.
my opinion is if you don't, try to be innovative, sometimes you never get there. It'd be great if we've seen this before, but it sounds like a neat strategy to go about it, and not something that's unfixable if there's
Correct.
unforeseen circumstances. Let me ask really quick, there are a handful of things that still pop up that need to be on the final site plan. So Jason, when I look at your 23 items, I saw about half a dozen. So I was trying to differentiate between the final construction plans, what we need to see there, and the site plan. Anything that you'd be concerned about us, if we approve this relative to the comments and being handled administratively to get the last few things
No.
on, are you okay with that?
There's a lot of general notes in there that get missed in the.
Yeah, I was searching for
checklist,
like
so they're
something that
not
really,
major.
it didn't unsettle me. Same question for Carlisle. It looked,
No, all of these we would be comfortable with
Yeah.
as conditions.
okay. Vast improvement. Really appreciate the effort.
Well, we appreciate the opportunity, and, this project has a special place. I have years of my life into it, and candidly, it's, you go in there, it's impacted thousands of people within a 10-minute drive of that site for the better. I think it's really an amenity to Independence Township, and I know I can speak on behalf of the Kurlick family being committed to that, so.
Appreciate it very much. That's all I have.
I have a question. Did we get an answer on where the relocated trees are coming from?
Yes.
Okay, and you're happy with that? It's not part of the original screening requirement?
I would just like that shown, on a piece of paper in the final site plan.
And we've corrected that on the drawings. Megan was kind enough to send her comments out early. I had the drawings modified, but by the time I could get them to Brian, his suggestion was not to confuse you with a plethora of drawings, but we're happy to show you a drawing that depicts that, and we have no issue with the comments.
It's our practice to give the public an opportunity to comment, so why don't we do that now? Anybody out there that would like to comment? Yes?
Go ahead.
You guys pick which one goes first.
Just quickly, Don Coates, 5713 Fenwick Place, lives right behind there. I appreciate the commission's pushing Kirko and holding them to a great standard. So just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm Joe Graff at 5709 Fenwick Place. I wanted to echo what Dawn just said and tell you how much I appreciate, and I'm sure the rest of our neighbors appreciate, the diligence that you've applied to this project and the tough questions you've asked and made significant improvements. So it kind of reinforces my opinion about government. Sometimes good things happen. But sincerely, I do appreciate your thoughts. And I know some of you have been on site walking the territory and really put a lot of effort into it. So I want to thank you for that. I do have one other question. This 50-foot no touch zone, or whatever we call it, is there some way that that's going to be protected in perpetuity? Let's say, for example, the slope idea fails, and they got to come in and do something different. Will that somehow then, will they be allowed to go and disturb that protected area? Or is that going to be somehow be put into, writing that will be carried on into the future?
If I may, I think it's referenced on the plans. It becomes an enforcement issue. They're supposed to stick to it, and if they disturb it, that is a violation.
Setback's a setback.
I don't know.
Unless the township changes
I'm not
setbacks.
sure if I buy all that. Is that true, Brian? We don't seem to be all.
Well, it'd be a violation of the site plan.
Yeah.
But likely, if they had to disturb it, it'd be coming back to you.
For whatever solution we need
Yeah.
to put in place to replace.
It'd be an
the one.
amended final site plan.
They
and
should.
You guys would review it again.
They should.
Yeah, they should, right, okay.
You know, that would be, my preference is to send it back, put it in front of you as an amended final site plan.
I think that the implementation of what we were trying to do on this plan, that 50-foot natural buffer, is gonna be something that the township itself needs to work on a little bit more in language and design to make sure that those are a little more in concrete, but I think it worked really good on this particular project to buffer those properties,
Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Anybody else on the commission?
Online, you wanna check online?
Oh, yes, thank you. Anybody online want to say anything?
No?
No.
Most people dropped out.
No one left.
Everybody dropped off.
Can I have one comment,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair? Yeah, I guess in all my complaints about some of the items here, I guess I don't want to be missed that I think the Monarch Grove complex itself is fantastic. I think it's very beautiful, and the Kirkwood people, I said this at the beginning, when they completed the project initially, that it's one of the few times that we've had a developer do all the things that they said they were gonna do, exactly how they were gonna do it, so I do wanna commend them for that, and to me, it eases my mind on some of the questionable items that, we have on this section, that I feel that they'll do a good job to complete it, so.
Thank you.
Was that a motion?
I'll
No.
make a motion.
Sam's volunteering to make a motion.
I don't think this needs a whole lot of extra stipulations with it, so I'm gonna make a motion on PC file 2024-011 petitioner Kirk O'Mannix, requesting a final site plan approval for Phase 2 of Monarch Grove, consisting of 3 one-story attached single-family housing buildings totaling 16 units, that we recommend approving it.
Do you wanna approve the?
I'd also like to add the comments of Carl Wortman and our engineers, Noak and Fraus, the comments of the planning commission, and the report from the fire department dated June 6, 2025.
Thank you.
It said, you said 3 one-story units, isn't there 4?
There's 4, actually.
Okay.
Amended.
Did I,
It says
Yeah,
3
I
on the.
had
it's
3.
wrong, the paperwork's
The
wrong.
paper's
All
wrong.
right, I amend
I
that to
switched
say,
it from 4 to 3.
I amend
and
that to
then
say
it went-
4 units. I correct that.
Okay,
I'll support that.
we got a support from Jason. Belinda, you do roll when you're ready.
Okay. Ron Ritchie,
Yes.
Jason Borsheim,
Yes?
Sam Morocco,
Yes.
Bill Scarborough.
Yes,
David Lomar.
Yes.
Belinda Billings, yes. Joe Sucher.
Yes.
thank you.
Good job, guys.
Next item, PC file 2025-007 petitioner 11211 LLC. This is for, requesting a conceptual site plan approval for a new building to be located at the corner of Amy Drive and Ortonville Road. Okay. Megan, do you wanna, for the benefit of the audience and us, summarize and comment on your concerns?
Sure. The applicant is seeking approval of for construction of a 5,470 square foot office building that has 2 units. The larger unit is proposed to be a veterinary clinic for the property owner's business, and the smaller unit is a tenant's lease space with an unknown use. So in that scenario, whenever use would come in, they would go through a zoning permit review and would have to be either a permitted use, or if it was a special land use, it would come here to you. The veterinary office is a permitted use in the office service district, which this site is zoned. The planning commission may grant approval with conditions, disapproval, or postpone. And as you know, this is the first of 2 steps in your site plan process, so conceptual, then they go and make changes based on this, and then would come back for final. In terms of our concerns, there were a couple of things that we wanted to highlight from the landscaping section, particularly the fence along the property line with the adjacent residential use. 2 options were shown on the site plan. One was a new fence with the existing spruce trees and with multi-stem bushes. Another was to keep the chain link fence on the neighbor's property with the slats that are through it. So if you did a site visit, you would have seen that today. There seems to be a bunch of sumac that's in front of the spruce trees. Those would be proposed to be removed, and then multi-stem trees put into place. Per our landscape architect's review, that combination of the fence, the existing spruce, and the multi-stem flowering trees would provide the required screening. And we just need to know, you should give direction to the applicant about the fence and whether you're comfortable with it being on the other person's property, or whether they need to install a different fence, and give them some guidance on that. Also, we looked at the parking lot screening is required to have a landscape berm at 3 feet. If you've gone through our review, you see that we felt like what they have for that landscape screening really doesn't achieve that, and whether a wall or some sort of evergreen shrubs would be better. Right now, they have mostly deciduous shrubs there, which are not gonna block headlights. And so you should provide them direction as to whether the proposed parking lot screening is adequate. I also want to note that we recommend the applicant consider moving the trash disposal container and associated screen from the northeast corner of the site to preserve that existing maple tree that's in the corner. It was noted that that was 22 inches and in diameter. However, I went out there today before the meeting and looking at that tree, it's not leaving out at the top. So that means at this point in time, that tree's probably not in the best health. It may not be worthwhile to require that. You could either tell them to ignore our comment on that based on the observed health of the tree, or maybe you wanna have it examined by an arborist or whatnot in order to look at that. And then in terms of other notations, and we'll defer to the township engineer on this, but the driveways weren't quite aligned. There's nothing in the zoning ordinance that requires that. But then that could move the building. There's some push and pull there. But we felt like the planning commission should provide guidance on building orientation and driveway alignment, appropriate screening along the eastern property line, and appropriate parking lot screening. We also want to note for you that a couple of things need to be changed or variance sought in order for them to meet everything in the zoning ordinance. Number one is a provision of a loading space. 2 would be a landscape plan that meets the standards for final review. 3 is the reduction in nighttime lighting per the zoning ordinance. And that finally the sign plan for final site plan meets the requirements of the zoning ordinance. The ground sign as proposed would require a variance for sign area. And those are not things that would hold things up at this point, but just things we wanted to note that for you and for the applicant to know that those would be issues at final site plan.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Jason, you got anything there?
Yeah, so on the driveway issue, so on Amy Drive, on the opposite side of Amy Drive, there's another driveway. The orientation of our site has those offset from each other. Ideally, they would be directly across to align. Amy Drive is under the jurisdiction of the road commission, so I would ask the applicant if they've approached them and got feedback on that alignment, and if the road commission's in favor of it, be a little bit more comfortable, but our recommendation is always to align those. However, with the placement of the building here, really the only way to fix that would be to put the drive aisle adjacent to the building and then have the parking facing the residential property, which is less ideal. So that did get reflected in our letter. From a stormwater management standpoint, they're proposing to do something similar to what Turco did, but instead of a pond, they're gonna put it in underground tanks. So we pointed out in our letter some of the items that they'll need to be mindful of as they go forward. There'll be some percolation testing required to make sure that that area will infiltrate water into the ground over a period of time, just to make sure that the retention system meets the requirements of Oakland County. And then we've asked them to identify the overland overflow route, assuming, if we had worst case scenario, those pipes fill up, where's the water gonna go? How does it get out to Amy Drive and the ditches along there without impacting the neighboring residential properties? From a landscape standpoint, really no comments other than what's already been discussed. And then from a utility standpoint, I think the biggest one was they're having to connect to the water main on the adjacent property. There wasn't any record of existing easements shown on this set of plans, so we'll wanna make sure that they have access to be able to connect to that water main. And then what they're doing is they're gonna extend a hydrant and a water service to their property across the Ortonville frontage. We're asking that hydrant, that right now it's kind of in the middle of the site, be extended all the way across the front of the property so that there's public water main across the frontage. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Didn't the fire department also have some notes about the fire hydrant, I think, too? I thought I read something from the fire department.
I did. Yeah, you're right here. Installation of the local hydrant shall be located at each intersection with 350 feet from the farthest point of any building, 600 feet. It says it has to be installed on the south side of the property, preferably near the west side of the vehicle entrance off of Amy is where where they're recommending putting it.
Yeah, and that's if they were to extend the water main across the frontage, that would accomplish that goal.
Just to give some feedback on some of the things Megan asked for, I don't like the alignment, and another thing I don't like about it, I've struggled with this, the concept of buildings up close to the road. I think that's more of an urban setting, and there's a lot of discussion in our ordinance and master plan about this section of Ortonville Road, of that target area being maintained a more rural area. I would like to see the building further back from the road. I realize it meets the setback requirement. It'd be my preference that it would be set further back, and it strikes me that you could rotate this building 90 degrees, putting the front facing Amy, and the width of the building is, if I remember correctly, roughly 70 feet less than the depth of the lot. So you'd have 70 feet, you could meet the 20-foot rear setback and have it 50 feet off the road. And then you could realign the driveway, so it would be immediately opposite the other one across the street. I'd like them to consider that. That'd be my preference. I don't think the parking lot landscaping screening is sufficient. Our ordinance, as I read it, requires both a berm and a green belt when it abuts a public road. And so I would like to see both of that. So that's my comments on some of the feedback that Megan was looking for.
I'll go.
Sam?
I'm gonna say exactly the opposite of what you said.
Okay. Difference of opinion is
Well,
good.
that's why we're here, right? So we were both on the subcommittee meeting and went through
Yeah.
this with them, and we've seen it in many reiterations. Some of us got to, not everybody, obviously. So as Sashabad developed the way that it did, that's more user-friendly, pedestrian traffic-friendly, you know, and the parking lots got put to the back, it's something that the township hadn't been doing, and now they're doing, and I happen to particularly care for it. We're doing it across the street on Walden Road, you know, where, I don't wanna have the whole building be parking lot and then put all these berms and trees up to hide a parking lot, when the parking lot can be concealed by this amazingly beautiful building that they're proposing to build. If it was just a cinder block party store or something like that, I might think differently, but I think the architecture of the building adds to the rural character of the community and its architecture. So hiding the building, to me, behind a bunch of deciduous trees, and then the parking lot, and then the building behind it, I don't, that doesn't outweigh it for me. The petitioner was aware that by doing this design, they would have to make all four sides of the building pretty, opposed to saving the money and jamming it into corner, which I appreciate that money and expenditure to make it nice is as nice as street trees hiding cars to me. It does leave a grassy, more rural look to me if it's trees and bushes and then a more residential style architecture like the building is, you know, opposed to hard commercial, like across the street. We've got literally a glass office building, you know, and then the other way we've got that brown building that's got its own unique architecture in itself. Let's leave it at that. And as far as the road alignment goes, we did talk about that. Being on a side street with very limited traffic coming in and out, and there was concerns about the amount of stacking in the morning of people on Amy Drive wanting to turn left onto M15, and moving that driveway closer to M15 can become an obstruction with cars backed up of the people going on Amy and trying to turn into the veterinary clinic because there's cars stacked up waiting to turn left. So there was a discussion about pushing it back like that. Gave a little more stacking of people leaving and people not having to cut through the stacked cars. They'd be going past the people potentially stopped at the light in the morning turning south on M15. That was discussed. And I was, you know, and having the no cars against the parking lot, I mean, I think that we could, you know, they can do a nice job of really protecting that resident, you know, on the back by keeping the building away from him. So I'm not saying they can't spruce it up, but I'm not opposed to the site plan as presented if we get some of the other criterias done. And I think that the loading zone could be shown along just the property line, just to the east, you know, it's just a big long, you know, one of the issues we had was once you start putting the building back and all the parking in front, then you have traffic islands, and then it becomes a configuration problem for trucks to get in and out, where this gives you a little bit more of a straight run going in. You said the trash receptacle, it's a perfect location for it if we're not taking out a centennial tree, you know, or something. The rest of the stuff, the ground signs and all that, you know, is other stuff, but those are my initial comments from my perspective, Bill, respectively.
Okay.
I'll go next if you like. I
Yeah.
agree with you, Sam. I like the architecture of the building, and I think that in itself gives it, you know, a reason to be out towards the road compared to having the parking lot in the front as well. So I was very happy with the architecture of the building and the look of the building. And we looked at the pros and cons of trying to align the driveway versus having the traffic against, you know, basically anybody that's gonna, if we put the parking on the other side, so we can move the road to the west, to me, you're endangering all the people trying to go in and out of the veterinary unit itself. So this keeps, to me, it keeps the traffic away from the pedestrians going in and out of the building. And it also gives us, you know, room to buffer for the resident behind us, behind this unit. And I guess the only thing I looked at is, I guess I would like to see some solid screening, like a fence or something to, you know, I don't know what kind of activities are going on, but if people want to use their backyard in the future for something, having a solid screening fence, to me, helps with the privacy of that backyard. And, you know, obviously it blocks headlights or any of that other stuff as well, if the landscape doesn't do a good job of that, so.
Other good points, Jason?
Yeah, I walked the site. I really like the architecture. I think it's very classy. I would say if I'm, and I live just past there. It's kind of showpiece build. It would be a showpiece building. It does contrast with the Loman building to the south, and that's okay. I don't know that there's any design requirements that everything needs to be the same color or style, but I think the building looks great. I don't mind the misaligned driveways with the guy across the street. That I don't really have a problem with that, but maybe it's my level of experience of traffic flow. I like the way the site looks. I would say I agree at the end of the parking lot, you know, there should be some sort of a berm, you know, or a fence or a stone wall or some short stone wall, kind of to block the parking lot from M15, but otherwise, it all looks great.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Joe?
Really, I agree with just everything that's been said so far. Can't really add anything at this point. I think the architecture is great, fits in good. It'll be an asset.
Dave?
Are the petitioners here tonight?
Yeah.
Yes, just put your hands up. Are you all together there, or?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'll give you a chance to talk in a second. I just wanted to comment. It's the first time I've seen it. I haven't been on the subcommittees at all, so just kind of looking at it fresh when I got the package, you know, in the mail. I am familiar with the area. I used to live up on Tier Ridge. They're not that far, and there's a lot of really good wins about this that I like. I think the type of business is kind of spectacular. It's really neat for that area. I think it's very, very consistent with kind of the Clarkson, and people have asked me before, what is the Clarkson architecture? What's the theme? And it's kind of a mix, but if you pick the best elements, you go downtown in the village, you see porches, you see columns, you don't always see brick, and we push for brick a lot, you know, because it's architecturally, it's beautiful, but it's very, very common along Main Street and the more historic homes to have the siding. It kind of reminds me of Newport condos, which went for that feeling over on Clarkson Road, right? And that New England / Southern, if that's, you know, got together and had a baby. I think the building's really pretty. I can see people walking. I
Really
got a little-
focused on his babies tonight.
Very baby. I haven't seen the grandkids in a week.
just
so
had a grandkid or something?
I can see people on Amy Drive walking their dogs up for their appointment. I mean, it's just kind of neat, you know. I'm not going to criticize the placement because I spun it around a dozen ways in my mind, and I don't know if there's a perfect way, but I think backing up the parking lots makes sense. You got room to buffer there. People, it's not McDonald's, so people aren't going to look at it and, you know, oh, it's a veterinary, you know, we're going to run in and get the dog a shot. It's a place, it's a destination place, but it'll be easily identifiable, I think, from Ortonville Road. You're not dragging traffic into the neighborhood. There's just a lot of great things about this. And in the evening hours, it's not a commercial building that's going to have activity, right? It's not an urgent care or something where people are still coming in there till late hours. So if I was a resident on Amy Drive, I'd be like, this is about the best I could hope for a commercial building up. I mean, really, what else are you gonna have that's gonna be that nice? And unless you really hate animals, I mean, you know, then maybe if it was a daycare and I get my baby thing back in. But I just wanna compliment you for conceptual. This was really nice to see. I don't have a lot of criticisms. I know as we get into final and so on, we'll get really detailed. But I think it's wonderful to see this up at that location on M15. And I look forward to hearing from you as well.
Bill, just one more comment about, I guess, the traffic flow and stuff. One of the things we did do in the committee was talk about entrance onto M15. You know, obviously, they're coming off of Amy Road right now, but they did leave the possibility in the future, like say if there's some road work or improvement on M15, where there could be a curb cut.
I was going to ask you that because it made more sense the way it is. I mean, last thing you want is like another
Well,
curb
this
cut,
is-
but if circumstances change.
Well, like say if they do some work and say the road commission, and this is what we took, like I said, we haven't heard from the petitioner yet, but, because they were supposed to talk with the road commission, because it's like, if the road commission says definitely no, then, you know, they don't necessarily need to put any money into the apron for that or whatever, but in the future, for some reason, the way it's laid out,
You could do
you
it
could
if
have a
you-
curb cut
I like
on
that.
F-15, so. That was one of the things we talked about in the subcommittee meeting, so.
Thank you.
Well, Linda, you have any?
I like it. I like the design. I think it'll fit well.
Okay. Applicant, would you like to?
Good evening. Jeff Klatt with Krieger Klatt Architects, 400 East Lincoln in Royal Oak. I appreciate all the great feedback up front. Thank you for that. Before we begin, I'd also like to thank Mr. Ottman for all his time, his effort, and his guidance over the course of the project to get us to where we are. I'd also like to thank Ms. Morocco, and Mr. File too for all the time, the various meetings to help us kind of hash through some of these items you're bringing up right now. I think we looked at numerous iterations, flipping the building 90 degrees, pushing it east, pushing the building back to the south, looking at multiple iterations and to where we got to today. So we thank you for all the time and effort you put into that. Like the previous applicant, our project team is here as well too. We have the owner, Dr. Audrey Kargosian, her husband Adam Jackson. We have Mark and Walter Piatek as well. And then we have our landscape architect, Mr. Jim Epic is here too. So before I jump into the presentation, Dr. Audrey would like to introduce herself to you. Thank you.
Hello. I'm not a public speaker, so I brought up my phone. So my name is Dr. Audrey Karagosian, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight. I'm obviously a veterinarian, and I'm a proud resident of Clarkston. Having grown up in Deerwood and now raising my own family here, I've seen firsthand the increasing presence of corporate veterinary practices in the area. With over a decade of experience in veterinary medicine, I recognize a vital need for an independent community veterinary practice with rooted in local values. So tonight we're eager to discuss our proposal to bring this practice to Clarkston. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so we know it's a late night for you, so we have a brief presentation, but we'll try to run through it quickly. So yeah, if you can. So a bit of, as you already know, we're proposing a 2-story veterinary practice here with a small lease space for a potential tenant or for Dr. Audrey's future growth potentially. So obviously the building's right in the middle and indicated by the dashed line, corner of Ortonville Road and Amy Drive, surrounded by commercial to our left and across Ortonville Road, and then we have single-family residential behind us. The overall, the footprint is about 5,400 square feet, and like I mentioned, about 2/3 of the building would be the veterinary practice, with a small second level above and about 1,900 square feet for potential lease space. Next slide, please. Surrounding context that you're very familiar with, this would be the building to the south, two-story office building. And then these are the buildings directly to the north of us, Bank of America, and then the next office building as well too. Just a little bit of context there. Then this is more of a macro level site plan. Our proposed site is right in the middle there. And again, it brought up, you mentioned some of the items that I'm about to bring up here too. So this also shows some of those design features and why we did what we did. So starting with number one, as you know, the building is represented by that white shape right there. We place it along the front property line for many of the reasons you mentioned. Number one, it helps to align or create a streetscape or more of a street wall with the building to the south of us. It also helps to buffer the parking behind us. And it also provides a bit of separation between our residential neighbor too. We looked at pushing that building up against that east lot line. Instead of seeing a nice dense row of trees, you start to see that roof line of the building for the neighbor's standpoint. So it helps to get more of a buffer between it. And I think most importantly, conceals a good chunk of that parking. Number two, as Mr. Morocco mentioned, is the entry point. So we did look at trying to align those drives, but it kind of creates a funky and irregular entry into the site with a lot of awkward movements. If this was a Costco and a Walmart across the street, I could see the reason for that. But with minor traffic at both these locations, we don't think it'll be an issue. And then most importantly, as you can see by those small rectangles, that represents stacking. So as we push that to the east, we gain more stacking there for vehicles exiting the site, turning left or turning right. Number three represents our landscape buffers. So we're trying to create a nice dense row of existing vegetation and new along our residential neighbor's property line. And then same thing at the front. We know we do have some parking along the front, but we feel that we can adequately screen that to shield the cars from the public right away. And then although the building is positioned more to the front setback line, we still feel we have ample green belts on both sides. So that's just high level from a macro standpoint. Zoning analysis, we meet or we're greater than in most cases. From a setback standpoint, we meet those or we're greater. From a height standpoint, 35 feet or 2 stories is the max. We're definitely below that. Even though it's a 2-story building, we're working to tuck the second story within the roof line, so it doesn't really have a 2-story appearance. It's built more on the roof line, a bit more quaint to respect our residential neighbors. And then from a parking standpoint, we also match that too. For the current uses, we're required to have 28 spaces, and that's what we're proposing. So from a zoning standpoint, we check all the boxes. And again, this is a bit of a deeper dive into the site, but same thing. The building is represented by number one there. So that's the shape of the building, that'd be on the southern 2/3 of the site. The 2 stars represent the entry point. So the one in the middle would be the veterinary practice entry, the main entry, I should say. And then the lease space would be to the left. So those are the 2 primary entry points, obviously adjacent to the parking. As you can see, there's simple circulation around the site. And the one good thing is, I know headlights were mentioned, but instead of placing the parking against that eastern lot line, we're facing the building now. So if you were to pull into the spot, I think it helps to alleviate some of those headlights shining into that neighbor's property. The trash enclosure, might be a few more on there, but I think we covered most of those. Landscape screens you can see along the front, and Jim can dive into that a bit here in a minute. Pedestrian walkways around the building connecting to the public way. So we think all good design elements in this plan. Next up is the landscape plan, and I know there's more questions about that, so I'm going to turn that over to Jim to dive into that a bit more.
I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
And I forgot your first name.
Jeff Clapp.
Really quick, have you looked at the stack up currently out there at different times during the day out onto M15?
Have we looked at how many
You'd shown like 5 or 6 cars back to the thing. I would be surprised if you get much more. If you're turning left, I think most folks are migrating to one of the traffic lights to get out and turn left.
That makes
it's a
sense.
nightmare to try and get out. So I'm just curious if it ever stacks up beyond normally today where you've got your driveway entrance.
Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest with you. We haven't done a formal study on that, so I really don't know.
Something to look at as the plans develop.
That's a good thought, though.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I have friends that live down Amy, and the main time where there may be stacking is like early in the morning when people are going to work.
That's what I was thinking, Dr. Audrey, and it feels like if you really had you had some heavy traffic, you got 7 or 8 cars there, people were gonna start going to Cranberry Lake Road, and wind through, you grew up in Deerwood, so. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Again, it's Jim Epping, resident and landscape architect for the project. We've done a lot of what I think are real exciting things. By bringing the building up, it really allows the whole frontage to be green, which my father-in-law lives up off of Readily Lake Road, and so that is a rural corridor essentially, despite its heavy traffic, and I think that green frontage is going to add to M15 as we go up and down it. We meet all the requirements in terms of frontage. There was a comment in the Carlisle report that talked about the frontage trees. We actually tucked 2 up into the parking lot buffer just because we've got a couple underground easements that go through the frontage there, but we've got 8 along the front. We've got 6 along the Amy Drive, which includes the preservation of a big oak tree at our eastern boundary. In terms of the eastern boundary and the buffer, and that 80% opacity, that's always, kind of a nebulous thing to calculate, but there's about 22 existing spruce trees that are between 6 and 8 foot tall that are starting to grow really well. We're adding an additional 16 multi-stem trees, anywhere from like a serviceberry to a eastern redbud, different things that grow low and become very dense, birch trees, things like that. So we're not adding any big maple trees that branch up and don't really give us that privacy. The neighbor does have an existing fence, a lower privacy fence. That's obviously their fence. Even without that fence, I think between the existing trees, it's about 220 foot of frontage, and we've got over 35 trees there. So it's a dense thing. Horticulturally, probably 5 or 8 or 10 years from now, we'll have to actually look at thinning it out. But there's a lot of existing trees we're adding to that. On the north side, it's a commercial property. We don't have to necessarily enhance the buffer. There's already an awful lot of existing trees and shrubs there. We are adding some additional trees just with our parking lot trees. We've shown little thumbnails here, but I think you'll be familiar with them. Everything is, grows well, either is native in Michigan or common in Michigan. Obviously, what we try and do is get seasonal color, low maintenance, things like that. In terms of the frontage along the M15 and the parking lot, that's a tricky spot. We're showing a row of combination of burning bush and spirea and some other ornamental grasses along with those 2 beech trees. We're getting an awful lot of salt spray there, both from our parking lot as well as from M15. Luckily, we're set back far enough. We certainly can try evergreens there. In my experience, there's only a handful of evergreens that we could really plant. Most of them don't like salt spray. So our recommendation is, even those are deciduous trees, a burning bush is a denser hedge. Probably everyone has some at their house, and even in the wintertime when the leaves drop, they're thick enough that they do provide some shielding, and since it's not right up against the street, that's our recommendation. We can work together with the township and with Megan's office to get the right plants in there. In terms of a berm there, we certainly can work with the engineering and try and get a little bit of a roll. A 3-foot berm, what that generally does in a small area like that is it just takes the root balls out of the ground so much that you start to get some irrigation problems. So I can certainly, work with our engineer and see if we can get about an 18-inch knoll there. And then I think if we put the shrubs on top of it, that tends to be a very, very good look. But again, we'll work with you guys on that. Happy to answer any questions in terms of landscape.
What are you counting as your parking lot trees?
The parking lot trees, we've got some in the, here, I can't see that far, quite frankly, so I'm going to pull out my cheat sheet. We've got 3 along the north side. We've got 1 along the, in that island. And what are we required to have? I can't even see. Okay, we're required to have 4, and so we've got those 3 to the north, and then the 1 in the island in the kind of the southeast, the northeast corner.
I guess I would just question if those 3 on the north really count as parking lot trees. Those appear to me to be more perimeter trees.
Mr. Chair, I looked at that
Yeah.
when we went through the list, and so the trees are either in a parking lot island or a certain distance off of the curb, and those counted
Do
where
they?
they are, yeah.
Okay.
Those will, I mean, Mr. Epic knows better than I will, but once at full growth, those are gonna leaf over the parking lots and provide shade. I think what you're showing
I think
right
we even
there.
have a stipulation in there, I think 4 foot is they can't be any closer than 4 foot. We have
To
them
the
back a
curb,
little
yeah.
bit further,
But
but they're
something-
about 6 foot now.
But those trees with their canopy, when they are matured, they're gonna provide shade over the
I agree, yeah.
parking spaces, and that's the whole idea.
This is gorgeous. This, if I was the guy to the, which way am I here, to the east? The
Yeah,
top-
east is
the
up.
top, yeah, I'd be so happy. I got this beautiful building coming out, these spring's gonna be wonderful. I think you got some really good choices here. I get what you're concerned about with the salt spray, so it's gotta be, carefully done, but this is gonna look really nice. You guys made a really good choice in landscape architects.
Appreciate it.
You guys are doing everything, you guys are doing everything right with this development.
How much you say you have, Jim?
You're right.
Hey, he's not gonna like me as much with the next item. Go ahead.
Okay. Epic guy.
Okay, I got it.
Sam, go ahead.
Couple point, is there any, it seems a little odd that we're not gonna have like a vinyl fence or something. It seems like on all the commercial we did across the street, that was important. We did it at the Fireside Restaurant. We put up a big vinyl sound wall down there. So I am a little bit hesitant to count on vegetation against someone's backyard, like Ron mentioned. That's not an absolute. I don't know, I can't picture what the guy's fence looks like over there, but if it's, I just would like to consider behind this backdrop, even though it doesn't give him as much beauty.
Right.
I'm also wondering if it comes into an account at a veterinary office, and maybe they could answer this, is having your landscaper fencing create a corral, like so that if a dog jumped out of a car, it couldn't run through the bushes to that guy's house, or it couldn't get somewhere. If it makes sense to have the landscaping create some sort of a corralling mechanism, and maybe that's
Yeah.
not important.
People
I
are
don't
concerned about it.
No,
leash my
it's-
dog until I go inside because he's trained, but other people might, it could.
Yeah, no, it's a legitimate, especially on such a busy road. Because that neighbor has a fence, it seemed redundant to me to put a 6-foot fence next to a 4-foot fence, and since it already has a significant amount of those spruce trees, we're kind of adding to them. Probably might be a little different landscape if it didn't have 22 existing spruce trees there now. And there's also some deciduous trees, so,
If it can be saved and it works, fine.
Yeah.
If not, I would suggest you talk to the resident and see if you could switch the fence out. If he felt that it would be more beneficial to replace his fence with
Right.
a new fence so that it didn't affect the trees and shrubs and the footprint, it might just,
Or just
Yeah.
test that he doesn't need it.
or that
doesn't
he
want it.
says, no, this is great, you're gonna put a bunch more shrubs in, I'm happy. It's always good. You only got one
Yeah,
neighbor to
for
deal
sure.
with, that was one of my comments. The corralling part. The other thing I dawned on me when I was looking at your elevational drawings, that if you were to push that building to the east, you would be creating shade on somebody's property with the size of your commercial building being so tall. And, I think that would be an invasive thing on the
That's a good
neighbor,
point.
because the building's 27 feet tall, so you know what I mean?
It's the western
And
sky.
it's the western side, so you could literally shade this dude's backyard by 7:30 in the afternoon or an evening. So
point.
having it a little closer to the road is a little less invasive as far as the shadow effect, from building something taller than his one-story ranch. So
Yeah, I hadn't thought
that
of
would
it.
be a
Good point.
deterrent for me to push it on his property
Right, so
line,
that-
with it being such a
Ominous.
tall building, But I think the rest of the stuff is easily worked outable, but those are just a couple of things that came to mind while you were talking. Thanks.
Anybody else?
Can we ask the applicant if they, I don't know if you had any conversation with the neighbor or not, so.
Actually, Dr. Audrey did. She met with the neighbor, and I think it was positive feedback. She's not here this evening, so I believe it was all good positive feedback.
Well, we're just talking about the fence, I guess, because if somebody wanted to use their backyard and there's dog, you know, going, you know, like say go through the bushes and they're up against the fence or whatever, it's, you know, it's the privacy factor for the neighbor.
It's already pretty thick on that perimeter as far as like the vegetation goes. I know that Jim's talking to you about, I actually took a picture last, on Sunday of it, just because it, right now, I mean, it needs, you know, trimmed or whatnot, but it looks like it's already covering 60-70% opacity. You can barely see the house through it from the lot. And that's obviously without adding more trees and whatnot, so I think it's hard to tell when we're not on the lot, but.
Personally, I question these vinyl fences. I don't, if I was living in a house, I don't know if I'd wanna look at a solid, stark vinyl fence. If you had a nice landscaping buffer, a thick one, and a lot of them that have been put up aren't so thick, but, I think I'd rather see that than, you know, stark, plain vinyl fence.
We agree.
We weren't gonna see the fence from our side, Bill. Our side had beautiful stuff on it, you know? Flowers and
I know.
bushes, you know?
So let the neighbor back there for that too.
Well, I guess that's what I was getting at, if we talk to the neighbor, if the neighbor's fine, then. you know, that-
It's always good to, you know,
Communicate.
so that when we get to final, he doesn't show up at the meeting.
Very
You
true.
know, so.
Yeah, I mean, I say that, but I've never lived in a place that backed up to commercial, so I don't know, maybe if I experienced it, I'd feel differently. Just a thought.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the balance of our presentation is related to the exterior. And again, the goal was to create a building that complements the neighborhood, the area, the residential area as well as the commercial. And the downtown core that's, you know, right around the corner in Clarkston. And also something that's timeless, you know, a building that's not going to, it's gonna look beautiful today and beautiful in 50 years from now. So that was our goal. So you can see also high quality materials, materials that stand the test of time. We have a good, nice brick base. We have cementitious siding, like a James Hardy type siding, deep overhangs for, you know, shadow line and contrast. So you can see like a porch there on the back side of the building to create some overhang, some relief for the patrons coming in, and just creates depth. So that's the goal, to create just a nice traditional timeless building that'll age well on the site. We also broke up the roof line to the use of dormers. You can see some of the materials we're proposing right there and how they relate to the elevation. We broke up the siding a bit. There's some board and batten up on the upper portion of the building, and then the lap siding at the base level, right above the stone. The use of dormers to break up the roof line, the gables to help provide some articulation. It's a view of the rear facade at the main entry point. You can see the main entry door to the veterinary practice will be under the gable, and then we have the door to the lease space on the right. You know, front of the.
Question on that, and I think the questions will come up more as we get towards final, and you'll probably get them from neighbors. Do you have any ideas of the kind of tenant that you're gonna be looking for, a complementary business, or any thoughts on that, Doctor?
No, not right now. It's a challenge.
Somebody that has
Only
money.
it's zoned for all.
It is zoning
specific.
challenge.
Yeah, that's what I'm just, I think, like, as I said earlier, I think the practice is just a really good fit. A lot of other things wouldn't be, and that's when I get bold, you know, as we get to that. So I'd encourage you to seek out ideas for complementary tenants that kind of goes along with it, but nothing to be done here tonight. I'm just curious if you had somebody in mind or something like that.
Yeah, I know, Sam and Chuck had mentioned like grooming, but it's zoned O, so and I know we can see other things, but if that's what you mean as far as complementary,
Something of similar use, you know, you have the advantage of, you know, not gonna be a lot of full parking lots at 11 o'clock at night, you know, a veterinary clinic versus other type of services, so something that's complementary with the neighborhood. I'd just be thinking ahead, because that's, I think, what neighbors would be asking. Just a little forethought.
That's a great point, thank you.
We don't have anything on our ordinance requiring it, but would you be willing to consider some perimeter landscaping around the building? Like moving the sidewalks a foot off the building and putting some low level of landscaping. And I think it really spruces up the appearance of a building.
On the roadside, you mean? The M15 side doesn't show any landscaping against the building.
On both sides.
Yeah, there's landscape around the, I guess you call it the rear side of the building, which should be the east side. You can see some plantings there.
Right.
We do have a sidewalk adjacent to the building on the north side, so we really can't do much there. We could explore that.
Yeah, we can work together on that, on the M15 side, see what will look good there with the building.
I mean, the front, the east side of the building looks so beautiful with all the landscaping, you know.
Right.
And it is a beautiful building. I don't want to take away from that. I think it would help a lot.
That's a good point.
From the, you know, M15 viewpoint, if you could do something along the back.
Makes
No,
sense.
it's a great observation. Yeah, we could definitely explore that. Thank you.
Sam?
I need to make a motion that we extend the planning commission meeting past 10 PM.
Support.
You can do it.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Joe, you can't oppose it, no.
Sorry, I just had to do
Oh,
that.
no, thank you.
Let's just make a motion on this.
This is all Jeff's fault.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion on
Wait,
PC.
you go to the public on this yet?
This is strictly a conceptual site plan.
You're not
For
gonna get
comments.
comments?
Ask if they had a
Oh,
comment.
that public, no, you're right, you're right. I think
I don't know if
public hearing.
anyone's here, but
It's
there's
just
a
that
couple
Is there
people.
anybody out there who'd like to comment on this?
Okay.
Thank you for reminding me, Sam.
Online?
Anybody online?
Just Al.
That's Ron.
Yeah, I'll do it, I guess. PC file 2025-007, petitioner 11211 LLC for parcel, get approval of the conceptual site plan for the veterinary office on M15 with the notes of the consultants and planning commission.
I'll support that.
Lynn?
Ron Ritchie,
Yes.
Jason Borsheim,
Yes?
Sam Morocco,
Yes.
Bill Scarborough.
Yes.
David Lomar,
Yes.
Linda Billings, yes. Joe Sucher.
Keep up the good work.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate all the
Great
feedback.
job.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question of Mr. Epping? Do you think you could have somebody look at that tree, the big tree that?
Yeah, I'll get out there tomorrow. It's interesting to me, so we'll see.
And provide
Take a look at
something.
it, a good observation, or isn't Megan at it?
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next item is PC file 2025-004, zoning ordinance text amendment for tree preservation regulations. I guess I'll just start off. I did have some conversations with Megan about one change I wanted to see. Item on page 4F at the top where it defines the parameters of the tree inventory. I think it needs to say, it does not say that we get a listing of all trees to be removed and trees to be preserved and their corresponding DBH. Much like what we saw on Monarch Grove in that very,
It's helpful.
yeah. And my point is, because two different points. For the example of landmark trees, they get a credit for landmark trees that they save towards the replacement. So how do we know how much credit to give them if we don't have anything that tells us the DBH of those landmark trees? And just for regular trees, when we get down to the replacement measurement, how do we know what needs to be replaced if we don't have anything telling us what the cumulative total of DBH of trees removed are? So that's why I think we need that. And Megan, you had some suggestions on how to address that. Not sure I like them, but why don't you, we can talk about that, so why don't?
So I think that could be added to item F. It's just, I think it's up to the planning commission to, so these are part of the set that's already been recommended. You had a public hearing and it's been recommended to the township board, correct?
Yes.
So what then we would do
Last month.
if you wanted to do that is what you would be
Well-
calling the public hearing on, we would just be adding an item 6,
And
which had a table listing of all trees to be removed and preserved with associated review.
even though we had a public hearing last month on this section, we can still just, we'll lump it into the rest of it.
Yeah. I think just
Pretty
tonight,
good.
you know, the point of tonight really is that we've got to, you know, we get one more look at it, because we were gonna set the, public hearing, and then we dialed it back, and then it went back to, okay, now we can set the public hearing, so we wanna dial it in as much as we, can to, because we never did set the public hearing on this. So,
We never set the public hearing on the second set.
well, on the tree preservation part, not
Yes.
on the original
Correct.
part.
Correct.
So, Bill's right. There, do you have another thing you wanted to mention? I'm gonna add the odd thing that was brought up. So a couple of people have brought up a scenario that's going to be an issue with this getting through the board possibly if we don't figure this portion out. So I wanna run it through everybody. So I'm all in favor of the look back 2-year thing, especially since we've got bad actors in the township who already ran out and cut down all their trees. So that's for sure something we're gonna do, so that if anyone does that, we can really, even though we would drop the hammer on them anyway and make their, do what we could to make them suffer, it's gonna be, we wanna have that 2-year look back for the bad actors who think that somehow they're saving money by mowing all the trees down before they come in front of us, which I tried to explain to a developer that once you do that, you don't have anything that we want from you. So you don't have anything to negotiate with. So I don't know whether you think that that's some sort of a savings, cutting all the trees down. But regardless, that's a personal comment. Here's a scenario. A residential owner owns a large tract of land in the township that could be developed into a cluster or a few houses or a small housing development in the future. They mow everything down and then sell it to their buddy or a builder to develop it. How do we address the look back on, you mowed it down, you changed owners? The person who doesn't own it anymore is not gonna be on the hook for the revegetation and the penalty for clearing the trees. It's gonna be the new owner.
But,
So, that was and it's kind of a weird thing because we're not doing this to affect any residential properties. This only affects people who need a site plan, which you don't need on a 10-acre parcel if it's your private residence. But once you sell it to somebody to make it a for-profit development, now you do comply under the tree preservation ordinance. So
as this is proposed, it says, has removed or cleared protected trees within 2 years of time of the site plan or subdivision approval, the planning commission may require the property owner. So may is the operative word. It's not shall, it's may. So you could take circumstances like that into account.
I don't know that fixes it though. So if you're, to your point, if you're really trying to be devious and get away, like, hey, before I take ownership of that, I want to clear all the trees off.
then buy it off, yeah.
Yeah, we may or shall, doesn't matter. We're still looking at a person that didn't technically own it when it happened. I get the point. I don't know that helps us.
And I'm not,
It gives us a discretion.
It gives you discretion, so
Yeah.
if you felt like, hey, that person was in an unfair situation, by us enforcing this 2-year look back, it's an unfair situation, and then we're not gonna treat you the same way as somebody who
Waited.
owned it, or
Yeah.
exactly, so
It's
by
also a
that-
lot of deviousness, right?
Well,
That's
it
a
would
pretty
give us
intricate
discretion.
plan. I get what you're saying.
Well,
but,
I'm just, and I don't care, we can address that behavior with or without a tree ordinance.
Sure,
We can
yes.
be friendly or not friendly with somebody who wants to, because they're gonna need a favor. There's not anything getting developed by right in the township, very much at least, not much left. You're gonna need something
It's
from
an
us.
interesting case.
So, All I wanna do, the reason this came up is that any potential, hesitation to agree with putting protections in place that we've all been asking for is if it was to somehow spill into a residential property that's not for profit, that doesn't require a site plan, and that's all that I wanna make sure is that we've clearly have covered all the bases to eliminate that potential, bleed over, and then we get pushback because now somehow it spills into a private person's residential home. And I'm not, there's always cases and oddities and bad actors and weird things that happen. You can't not do an ordinance because one parcel could have this weird situation come up and we aren't sure how to address it. But since it was brought up now, I just thought I would throw it out there to see how anyone thought that we could just rectify it, not rectify it, say it's no big deal, they're not under obligation, we'll deal with them separately, how you guys feel about how to protect the notion that we're not going after private residential
I
property.
think it's no big deal, and we go after it separately, because if you're saying it's not going to affect residential, then
Well, we're not saying that, we're saying, yes, it's a site plan approval, right? And
Right.
me coming in as a residential owner, splitting my property in half, I'm not doing a site plan.
Cutting all your
No,
own
you're not.
trees down this year and then deciding to do a lot split or a land
Or
split
become a
and sell
developer,
off the
yeah.
other one is where this weird odd
Nuance.
scenario could happen, but I still don't think it's gonna be a thing that's gonna happen often enough that it's gonna affect us moving forward, but I wanted to make that came up, I don't wanna get sidetracked. I don't want that surprising us at the township board.
well, to be
You know?
split, it would have to be certain size of acreage, so.
No.
Guess there's somebody still on.
No, this ordinance doesn't have an acreage minimum or maximum.
Should it? Should it, is what I meant.
The trigger site plan.
It
That's what it's
triggers
about.
site plan, so the site
Yeah,
plan's
the trigger's the site plan.
Yeah, some guy's got a 1 acre parcel and needs a site plan approval,
It affects
You
it.
wouldn't need
we
it.
could make it
It's not that we
anything
don't.
over 5 acres or something.
I don't wanna put a size to it, because it can be the lot right across the street,
Yeah,
that's 1 acre lot, that's
Exactly.
commercial, and all we're saying is don't cut the trees down until we decide if we wanna leave 10 foot in the back, and we'll let you move the building closer to the right, we'll make concessions for what you preserve, once
So-
there's nothing to preserve, there's no reason to
So
make
let me ask
concessions, you
Megan
know?
a question, because I think we asked you this before, and I think I know your answer, if my memory serves me correct. You've been working with these ordinances for a good many years.
Yes.
How many times have you seen somebody actually abuse it in a fashion comparable to what Sam's proposing or suggesting?
There's the odd circumstance in each community, but it doesn't happen very often.
It's rare, I would think.
Yeah,
I think the whole thing of having the ordinance is really promoting that we're trying to save the trees. you know?
Exactly.
If you got somebody that's gonna try and skirt it, they're gonna
Find a way.
figure out a way to do that,
Well, we
anyway.
just had that happen,
So-
just cleared all that acreage on Fleming's Lake Road, just
Yep.
thinking that somehow that was gonna help them in the future. Now, whether it does or not is yet to be seen. That could have been a big, huge problem for them, you know?
But I don't see a lot of residentials getting caught up in a trap here, right? Like, there's not a lot of,
No.
I'm a developer, I focus on 1 acre splits. I mean,
yeah, you don't have a lot of properties that have sewer access or, or I don't think you have a lot of properties that somebody's looking to divide by property slips and put a private road in. More likely on that, you're gonna have somebody who's doing a site plan and they're gonna develop it in a more dense way, and they're gonna have financial backing, they're not gonna be doing it in that piecemeal fashion, which is cheaper over time.
We don't wanna
It's cheaper
design this
plans.
around the edge cases when we have the ability to take care of that. And I was one of the strongest voices for, let's make sure we don't get residential caught up in this. I think we've got ourselves pretty.
Yeah. I do too.
Okay, I just don't want that to pop up at the board level, that they feel, that seems to be the only opposition I've heard, is that if it spills into private property.
I'm just as concerned too, yeah.
Which, this doesn't.
Because it's triggered on the site plan.
Right.
And as you've stated, you only have so many vacant parcels or developable parcels left.
Yep.
And so there, you know, most likely those would go be developed through site plan, also because of the cost of your,
Yep.
the cost of the land. So you're gonna, you tend to get more sophisticated developers.
So I should have prefaced this when we got to it. The purpose here is to end up setting a public hearing for next month. But what we also want to get done is any changes that any of us feel needs to be made right now, because we want to minimize any changes that result from the public hearing. So if we can get all the
Yeah.
planning commission changes out of the way before that, that will go some distance
Yeah.
in minimizing.
I'm done.
The intent is
Mhm.
to have the public hearing on the 10th of July and have it in front of the board on the 22nd of July for the first reading. That is what,
You're not gonna have a meeting on the 10th, are you? I thought you guys took out
no,
the
no, the
first meeting.
10th of
Planning
July is
commi-
the planning commission public
Oh, okay,
hearing.
yeah.
We're gonna have to have, you know, because we gotta schedule a public hearing tonight for the first meeting in July, or for the only meeting in July, and then get it to the township board for for the first reading by the 22nd of July, which then gets it to the township board if they're in favor of it at the end of August. So this, you know, because of the one meeting a month thing that the board's doing, it's already pushed us to August to finalize this, you know, to finally get it done,
I
so.
think this is hearing worthy.
That's
We've taken it
quickest
from
it'll
course to
Huh?
pretty fine.
That's the quickest we could do it, is the end of August.
We're never gonna guarantee that we don't have changes, but I think this is public hearing worthy. I think that there'll be some adjustments after that, but
Well, there might be,
a lot
but
of
at
good
least.
improvements.
You got one guy that wants to talk back there now, so.
Are we setting public comment?
Sure, come on up. Come on.
You have
Of
an
course.
opinion? You have an opinion on
I
this?
don't have his passion
Should've whispered in his ear.
It's interesting to me, I read through the ordinance, and everything about it is, as Mr. Ritchie says, about the value of trees, right? Prevent erosion, air pollution, maintain noise, mental health, character, general welfare of the public, beauty of our township, you know, so on and so on. Interestingly, it talks about preserving economic value of neighbors, not necessarily about my property, but, you know, my trees provide value to my neighbors. So the declaration of purposes of the ordinance is all about the value of trees and, you know, who's against trees. But it very, very specifically talks about regulating development. And, you know, when I read it, I thought, it's kind of thinly veiled anti-development ordinance. But hearing tonight, it's quite clear that's what it is. I mean, what we're gonna go after them, you know, it's only applied to commercial. So it just seems, if we as a community value trees, let's value trees. Let's apply it to residential. Let's apply it to every tree. It's hard to say that we value trees, but we only value them here. My father-in-law owns 10 acres up on Reese Road. He could clear it, and apparently there's nothing, you know, we don't value those trees. If I want to develop 2 acres across the street, we value those trees, whether they're equal or not. So I think it's very disingenuous what we're doing here. I mean, let's just say it's an anti-development law. The 2-year look back, I'm assuming those 2 years start the day it's passed, right?
Yeah, submitted.
I mean, that's like saying Sashabaw Road is a 50-mile-an-hour road. Next month, we're to change it to 35, and anybody that we have on camera that was going 50 miles an hour today when it was legal, now is gonna get penalized, and we're gonna go after them. So it couldn't be more clear, and if that's the purpose, let's just be honest about it. It's not a tree preservation ordinance, it's a anti-development ordinance.
So, look, I want to, if I could.
Yeah.
So, we're getting into opinions here.
Yeah.
My biggest concern in this was overreach. Right. Telling someone what they can do with their property bothers me. telling, you know, somebody that's lived on a piece of property for 30 years and a tree's not looking good, I picture my father or something taking a tree down and getting hung up by local government over it, bothers me. That's been my biggest concern with this, is overreaching into me doing what I want to do and taking my land to the highest and best use. So that's why I personally really drew the line around the residential, the people that own it for their own use. Developers are entering into a business venture, in my opinion. And they submit a site plan to work with the township for something that makes them the profit that they want, but that also we have a community and standards and strategies to uphold. That's why I'm okay with this. And I do make a clear delineation between someone who's just trying to live on their property. And I, honestly, folks, this isn't gold. Trees are a replenishable resource. As much as I love trees and I love to protect the 100-year-old hickory on St. Dan's property, they grow back.
Right.
So most trees, if you harvest, you can replenish, right? So this isn't something that's gone and never comes back. But I'm more concerned with getting and overreaching into people's personal, your dad's 10-acre piece.
I don't disagree.
want to tell him what to do.
I don't disagree, but then what's with all the nonsense about why trees are important?
You think we should be a little more honest?
I think we should be more honest. Let's just say we're against trees, or we're gonna strengthen the replacement requirement for development. But all the, you know, feel good about we love trees and Clarkston's a tree town and Independence is a tree town. We all agree with that,
That's fair.
but that's not what this is saying. We're going about saying it helps mental health, it helps noise pollution, it helps air pollution, it helps all these things. And then 90% of the township is unregulated as it relates to trees.
Let me make a point here, Jim.
Yeah.
Residents don't characteristically mow down all their trees.
Right.
Okay, so let me just say that to begin with.
Yeah.
That I live out on acreage, you know. People don't just go mow their trees down that buy houses in the woods, okay? The guy who made the comment today about the noise, okay? That's because Silverman cut all the trees down on that acreage on Fleming's Lake Road for no reason other than we were gonna pass a tree ordinance. So for no plan in place on a commercial condo complex, just mows all the trees down. We've been saying from the very beginning, we need a mechanism to determine how the trees can affect the quality of life of everyone before someone does that, without saying that they're limited in what they can do, but that the conversation and the planning needs to be regulated by, because I've said many times publicly, I'm willing to go into a cluster to make smaller lots, to do density, to have people push back off the road, to leave a tree row, to abide by the woodland or the greenways plan for animal movements and things that the developers in this community have never put any effort into. In the 20 years I've been on the planning commission, they are just here to, you know, for profit, to mow everything down and jam as much crap in as they can on the smallest piece of parcel. And we've been very accommodating to them. It's clear. Look around the township in the last 20 years. The subdivisions and their quality has deteriorated immensely since the 90s. But it's the only way we can separate it from personal land rights and what's a controllable thing against people that are here to profit from us. Good neighbors don't mow down 20 acres of trees just because they think it's gonna be more profitable later. That's the bad actor in town, you know? I don't wanna put restrictions on my neighbors that they can't cut trees down, you know? I mean, who cuts trees down that, you know, just randomly mows all their acreage down?
But what you're saying is that in that example of the gentleman earlier today, you know, that's no different than, hey, I don't want the land next to me to be developed because I like watching deer on it.
That's not true.
No, it is true.
Because he could have without him cutting it all down with that development and the condo development there, they could have came to us with a plan. And we would have had the control to leave a north-south woodland line and then made concessions with him to move his stuff around to do that.
My point is with that neighbor is no different than other neighbors that say, hey, and the ordinance talks about it, it's focused on adding value to other people's properties based on what I can and can't do with my property. And so that neighbor saying, hey, I always enjoyed your property giving me a benefit, and now your property has changed, and therefore I've lost my benefit. I've never looked at my neighbor's property as is something that, you know, gives me benefit that I have a right to. I mean, it certainly gives me benefits, but I don't have a right to that benefit simply. But this ordinance talks very, very specifically about preserving other people's value based on my rights. And it talks, you know, it goes on and on and on about stopping undeveloped regulation. Interestingly, the only type of development that it's stopping is regulated. It's site plan. It's by its very nature regulated. But the ordinance goes on to say it's in place to stop unregulated. Unregulated would be my father-in-law cutting down all his trees. It doesn't do anything for unregulated. It only puts more stipulations on regulated development. And again, if that's what we want to do as a community, that's fine, but let's not pretend it's a tree ordinance. Let's
Well, I don't believe it's a tree ordinance.
Well,
It's
then-
about as weak as it could be for a tree ordinance.
Well,
You know?
let's talk about it then as a tree ordinance. I don't think that it's, and we're in front of the Northfield ZBA right now. We're in front of Ann Arbor Township ZBA. We're in front of a number of ZBAs because tree ordinances like this generally don't work. When we take down trees, and I'm just talking about the mathematics of the plan as it's currently written. When we take down trees, you know, if we go into a woods, trees, as we all know, are 2 feet apart from each other, 3 feet apart from each other, 4 feet apart from each other. When we plant trees, generally they're 12 or 15 feet apart from each other, horticulturally speaking. And so if this ordinance is saying, if I'm reading it right, it's a DBH replacement, not even a 1-to-1 replacement. So if I take down a 10-inch tree, I've got let's say math, 12 trees, a 12-inch tree. If they were 2-inch trees, I've got to replace 10 trees for that one, and I've got to put them, you know, like 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 foot apart. So mathematically, it takes me about 1 acre to put 190 trees, new trees in. All that is 50 10-inch trees. So if I take down 50 10-inch trees, which literally could fit in this room, I'm going to need an acre of land to replace those trees based on this ordinance. So mathematically, I don't think it works, and I know it doesn't work because we go to so many different communities throughout Michigan that have similar ordinances like this that no one's ever said, how does that actually fit if I was to replace those trees on this property? So mechanically, I think it has some problems. I think it has much bigger problems just in terms of its intention and its impact. I just think if we value trees, let's value trees. It should apply to everybody.
That point that you made, you started with, Jim, is probably the one that resonates the most with me. I get what you're saying, is like, we spend this long prologue setting up the value of trees overall, and then, to your point, you come in a relatively developed township where 95% of all the trees out there aren't in this, so you're saying, I care a lot about dogs, but not these dogs. It's just,
Right.
it's a little bit.
It's a
You
balancing
want honesty is what you're looking for. It's like if you're saying you don't want developers to clear cut property before it comes in, then be a little more direct about it.
Yeah.
And this is a development focused, and it is a development focused initiative.
Absolutely.
So maybe we can do better in how we're saying this and not hiding behind, the trees are good.
Right.
Proposition.
Yeah, who's going to
hiding
vote
behind
against
it.
trees and kids? But
I would gladly add a paragraph in this ordinance that says nobody with a 10-acre parcel or bigger can cut down more than 50% of the trees on their property. I would love to see that personally, but I have to listen to the history of trying to get tree preservation ordinances approved in this township.
Exactly. We haven't had any.
And people who are resisting, and I have to be realistic about what I think I can get through.
If we had people, township board members and elected officials in the history of the township that cared about tree preservation, we would have a lot different.
But my point is,
a lot different development in the community.
I don't think that, I'll sit down after this because I'm repeating myself, but I don't think this ordinance cares about tree preservation. This ordinance cares about controlling development, which is the planning commission's job and is not an unworthy thing, but then let's strengthen our development codes as opposed to hiding behind a tree ordinance that really isn't a tree ordinance.
It's like saying you believe in a speed limit and only enforcing it on
Well,
two roads.
I think we've been trying to get something for decades, so it's, it's, in my opinion, it's a first step. It can be added to. Maybe the board wants to expand it over all the residents. I mean, I don't know that.
It's not over all the residents, it's over all the trees. This tells
All
me
the
why
properties.
trees are important, so let's apply to all the trees. Don't, you
Well, I
can't,
guess that'll be their
you can't say
decision.
that some trees are better than others. A tree's a tree is a tree, and that's what this tells me, why they're important.
Okay.
Well, I
Thank
think
you.
there's a difference too in commercial property because of its proximity and its to all the people. We're out in, 10 acres out on Stickney somewhere, nobody even, I guess we've seen the effects of bad clearing, exposing us.
So it's a development issue, not a tree issue.
Well, it's both, it creates both.
To be more specific, it really speaks against the unnecessary clearing of healthy trees, right? And I think what part of this comes into is a resident, if I own 10 acres and I got a lot of trees, I typically don't clear healthy, I don't just take them down, as Sam said before. Whereas in a development situation, you often have that. They're perfectly up, but I was trying to maximize. So really what we've been going after is the unnecessary removal of trees, and I get it. I agree. It doesn't come off that way in this.
It's going, and sometimes that's what government has to do, is it has to come around the back door to do something, but I think it's very disingenuous. If it's, hey, we need to strengthen our development code, let's just strengthen our
To
development
prohibit
code.
the unnecessary, destruction and removal of trees is what we're really going after.
Yeah,
Let's
it's
say
not
that.
controlling development.
No,
It's
just
controlling how the
development is done.
developers treat the trees and the unnecessary removal of trees. And that is worth controlling. Because they make it, look at across the street. I'm gonna just make this up. It's 40 acres, but they
Yeah.
clear cut and preserve no trees to just put up Pulte's homes all over the place. And, Neiman's, or not Neiman's, but Myers. and all that.
I'm gonna stand up for that, even though I think that development's absolutely horrendous, but we allowed that to happen. It's a PUD, that's a
Yeah,
different
yeah.
situation. That's the board and the planning commission's fault that we got exposed to the highway and things like that. That's not the developer's fault. He didn't randomly go over there and cut all the crap down. We allowed them to overcut, to expose us to the highway, to everything else.
Oh,
But
okay, but
he didn't do it before approval. He didn't go over there and just start mowing it all down before
Could
approval.
we
So
have
that's a
stopped
different,
him?
it's different.
could
It's
we
a-
have stopped them
No,
from
we
cutting the
couldn't, we
trees?
can't, we couldn't have, but.
Well, then, see,
Well, we
that's
could
not-
have, yes,
At the
yeah,
time.
absolutely,
At
we
the
could have
time.
stopped them.
PUD.
The planning commission should have rejected the terrible plan.
Yeah.
To be
But-
fair, though, the store's pretty awesome, isn't it? Everybody been there?
No.
Nope.
Yeah. You approved it, you should be there.
I love all
I don't go to
self-checkout,
grocery
full
stores.
shopping cart, that's great.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks.
Thanks for your comments.
Jim, seriously, appreciate it, good comments.
Okay, anybody else have any other changes? I have one. Anybody else?
I'm good.
Just on the 2-year look-back thing, where it says 2 years of the time the site plan or subdivision approval.
What
Sometimes it
page
can
is that?
take you,
Where you
it's
at?
page 6, B2 on page 6. It's talking about the look-back period.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, 2 years after, 2 years prior to the time of site plan or subdivision approval. It can take you a year to get that.
Would you like to change that to application?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Thought we had it that way, sorry.
You read my mind. That's all I got.
Oh, that was.
His site plan application,
Yeah.
scratch
Yeah,
out
I thought
approval.
that's how we had it, honestly.
So, I'll make a motion to set a public hearing for these two ordinances at the July 10th.
No, we already did the first one.
You don't think we should do them together?
No, we already did the first one.
Well, I know, but,
I think what you would say is to have a public hearing in section 11.09 and then and also section 6.05F as discussed tonight.
as what?
As discussed tonight.
So, I'll make a motion to have a public hearing on section 6.09
proposed section 1109 and then section 6.05.
That's these two that we're, that's what
Yeah,
we're
as
working on
discussed
right
tonight.
now, because we already did the other one.
Okay. Okay, for the July 10th Planning Commission meeting.
That date correct? I said it, but I don't know if it's true.
Okay.
It is. July 10th is the right meeting date, right, Brian? That's what I got down.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I got down on my phone. That's the second Thursday.
Yep.
Support.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So now I just have a question about logistics then. So how are we going to explain this? It's a public hearing. Are we just going to explain those sections, or are we going to also explain the submission requirements?
You're amending the submission requirements. You're adding another sentence to the submission requirements. So essentially, the amendment would have two parts. The 605F with the additional submission requirements, and then another section of 11.09. And we can say that that portions of section 6.05 are under review by the township board, either in first hearing or second hearing or wherever they're at that point.
They're gonna go at the same time, right, Brian?
Yeah.
We're gonna take them on July 22nd for
Okay,
both.
so then-
We had one public hearing already, right?
So then we would just say that those had already been recommended to the township board.
Okay.
Okay.
But we can describe that part.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you, folks.
Motion to adjourn?
No, we're not done.
Oh.
Yeah.
We gotta approve the
Apparently we just
minutes.
voted on that.
And we gotta talk about something real quick too.
Yeah. Okay. Everybody reviewed the minutes, how about a motion to approve, please?
Motion to approve the minutes.
Support.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Done. Megan, you got anything on your consultant's report that we
No,
haven't
sir.
already discussed? Okay. Discussion, Sam, you got something you wanna discuss?
Yeah.
I have two things.
Thanks much.
All right, thanks.
Megan, where are we? We had at a past meeting made a request about doing an analysis on the vacant properties on North Dixie for township initiated rezoning.
We haven't been authorized any funds to do that.
No, I understand that. That's why we're bringing that up, because, have you had any conversations, Brian, about getting that done with our budget?
Not with Chuck directly, no.
Okay, well, we're gonna work, the bugs out of the funding part, but are you, without us having to say it at a formal meeting, and we can do it behind the scenes and Brian can give you the green light, you know?
We're given the green light by Brian, absolutely we can help.
Because that's something that we wanna move forward with.
Yep.
We've got the money in the budget for it, so we wanna get, so here's the situation. So we've got a certain amount of money that's been allocated to Carl and Wortman to help us this year with some of the housekeeping that we wanna get done. And, it's a limited amount of money. I don't wanna say the dollar amount, but it's not that, it's a good amount. So I think as a planning commission, we need to decide, because we're getting pushback from, administration about doing any of the stuff that we wanna get done this year. But we do have the money. The statute says that we can spend it at our discretion because it's already been allocated by the board, and that the board really has no authority to stop us from spending it. Because it's been specifically allocated for this reason for this consultant, okay? I can fight that fight, you know, upstairs, but the main thing I wanna say is that I think that it's important for us that if, now, next year, they might defund us completely, you know, but right now, we have the money and the funding, and the law says we get to regulate how it's spent as a commission, as long as it's not illegal and it doesn't go against any of the township policies, you know? So we're pretty good with that. The question I would have for the planning commission is, where do we wanna focus, you know, the money? I think that it should be focused on eliminating, keep getting sued over miszoned properties and get our zoning on Dixie Highway, which is all vacant land almost, before it isn't vacant land, aligned with our master plan like the state requires, you know?
The North Dixie.
Huh?
The North Dixie.
North Dixie, I mean, yeah,
Those
that's all.
those 5 tracks specifically, the one that.
Well, everything that's not developed yet in those areas that we 20 years ago said should be zoned this and this, and now they're zoned this and this. We have a couple ideas, and I think Megan's report, when she does it, of analyzing these properties, will say that those may be altered a little bit from a combination of maybe multifamily and commercial, you know, and different things that we may want to look at. But the first step would be getting an analysis of the undeveloped parcels in North Dixie as one of the steps. That may not, I would hope that doesn't deplete all of our funding we have left this year, but we better do it this year before we could potentially not have any money next year. So this is something the Planning Commission for 20 years has been saying this should be zoned this should be zoned this, and we've just never done it, and now we keep getting lawsuits because we haven't, we wouldn't be in the situation we're in if had they been rezoned when we initially thought they should. Secondly, we've got just some ordinance changes that are just minor line items and text things that Brian's gonna work on in-house, so we don't deplete our budget for those types of, you know, simple sign ordinance tweaks and things like that, that the building and planning and zoning department has identified as some, like in the temporary sign ordinance, there's a few tweaks and stuff, not to say that your input wouldn't be helpful, but I wanna use you for more important, valuable things, since we got a limited budget, you know, so I just wanna run that by everybody and get your take on maybe,
Yeah, got a question.
Yeah.
Is there, and I understand the importance of aligning, you know, the master plan with the zoning. Is there other areas of the township that need to be addressed as well, or are in a serious dysfunction as the one you just cited, you know? And I'm not saying don't do it, believe me, I'm just saying, should we be looking at a bigger piece of the township?
That goes to what I was gonna add to Sam's. I think maybe at the July 10th meeting, we should have created a list of things we want to address and then prioritize it. Because we've got limited funds, we've got to know, we got to figure out what's the most important. So I would very much appreciate it if Brian could come to that meeting with a list of things he thinks he wants done, and all of us come with any things that we think need to be done. And we develop a priority. Is that right? Yeah.
I think that's a smart way to do it.
I think we're all on the same page. I will be absent, Brian, I'll be absent for the July meeting, so we still have a forum, and I think we're all in the same mindset, so I'm sure you'll represent me well.
Well, you can mail in your
Where
suggestions.
Where you
ahead
taking
of
on
time?
vacation?
Brian?
Yeah, right. Come on,
It's
Laura.
okay if he submits something to you ahead of time.
Just one comment, Sam, on what you said is, I don't think the board wants to keep us from achieving anything. They just want you to stay on budget, so. they don't-
Well, that's one way of looking at it. I mean, our budget's basically been removed, so we have no access to anybody anymore to get anything done, is what I was told.
I thought there was a certain set amount of money.
Well, there is, except for that there's, they were trying to hold that back, and I don't think that that's the proper procedure. I think the proper procedure is that we have the ability to decide what we wanna spend our pre-allocated budget on from the township.
Plus, I'm getting at, there should have been a budget amount.
There is,
There,
and
so-
it's significant,
so-
except for that we, as she just stated, we have been denied access to our budget,
Okay.
and I'm trying to
Well, I
correct
guess
that
that's,
problem.
that's what I guess I was wondering what the deal was, because we supposedly have a budget, and
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
We have a
almost-
budget, but we've been restricted from using the budget, and,
It seems
I'm
like
trying
they
to
would
we're
like to
trying to get-
operate without a budget.
Well, we're just trying to get it out. We don't want it to be a public, big conference
Yeah,
here. All I'm
yeah.
doing is
Yeah.
telling you, we got a limited amount of budget.
Right.
We need to focus on what we wanna spend it on. work on getting that budget, access to that budget. It's been specifically allocated, otherwise it would be a little bit tougher project, but, we've got a certain amount for the engineer, and we got a certain amount for our consultants, and we wanna get some housekeeping done, and I recommend that we push forward and we finally do it, and that'll, the most vulnerable parcels for, misuse or lawsuits or unintended uses are the ones that I think that we should focus on first, and then if there's money left over, Bill's got things that are occupied that need to be aligned, and there's other, there's other things that we could do, but, to not not finally clean, we saw what the ramifications
I agree.
are of us not having done it years ago. We're vulnerable, because the zoning, doesn't align.
So, to be clear on the homework assignment here, we're to.
Can I?
Yep,
I was
go
gonna
ahead.
summarize.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Either
so to
better.
summarize, and if you still have questions, feel free.
Nope.
To summarize, Sam is gonna push on the, getting a green light through Brian to Megan on the rezoning. And then at the planning commission meeting next month, Brian will have a list of things he wants to get done, and we should all come with a list of any, issues, zoning ordinance amendments, whatever, that we wanna get done. Does that answer your question?
I'd like to add to that, Megan, I know we directed you to do this and then it got shut down, but did you ever come up with an estimated cost for the parcels? And I think that would be,
We can do that, and
if we could at least get an idea of what you think it would cost to do that corridor. And I focus on that corridor more because we're in the middle of getting the DDA going. We're gonna have a lot of
Right.
attention set to Dixie, and I'd like to do the whole, kind of work on the whole strip as one piece, but with pricing or get a cost analysis from Megan, it would immediately tell us, kind of like how many other things on how far down the priority list we can kind of keep going. So I would request, if you wouldn't mind, to give us an idea of that. And then also, what an estimated cost would be to do a township-initiated rezoning on those parcels. So there's the analysis part, and then that doesn't do us any good if we can't move forward with the rezoning of it.
Right.
And then the cost of rezoning, and see if we can get all of that in, what we have left and what the balance would be. And as you heard tonight, we had done a similar thing on Sashaba, where we went up Sashaba and
Yeah.
started aligning our parcels with the master plan, before. It's not the first time the township has done it,
So I just, just to be clear, I think what I've heard is our homework is Brian's gonna take a look at this I think it's all, from a standpoint of risk, to be perfectly honest. It's where are we disconnected between where we are today and our master plan from a zoning standpoint? And there's two types of risk that we'll achieve what our vision is with our master plan, and risk that we're legally gonna have trouble, okay? And I don't think this is asking a lot of homework, but if we happen to have a current, zoning reference that can identify the areas where we're disconnected from what our master plan is, like we said this should be office service, or we said this should be office services up at Dixie, and it's currently this. If we had a quick reference, I don't wanna do a lot of work on it, but we had a quick reference of the areas, I think we as a planning commission can look at this individually and say, these are the areas where I think we're gonna struggle to meet our vision. But we probably would need a little bit of legal help on where we're legally at most risk, and it's probably the Dixie Highway, but just to be, that's something that we might have to ask.
I think we did a lot of that before you got on.
We did.
I
can.
could be helped if I could get like where we disconnected right now between the master plan.
So
I know parts of Sashaba, parts of M15, parts of Dixie,
Right,
mostly Dixie. If there's any other areas that I'm missing cluster-wise that.
Well,
We did that.
We
Okay,
did all
that
that,
for
we had a
Dixie.
subcommittee.
Guys, give me the encyclopedia.
Bill can
I'll-
help bring you up to speed.
Bill's got all that information.
But that's what we're talking about, right?
Yep.
Where we're at
Well,
risk.
no, as far as any,
Maybe not from a
aside from
risk
Dixie,
standpoint.
because that's a big job.
Yeah.
Okay, and that will be a priority. Anything that you think we should be addressing, whether it's a zoning ordinance or a procedure or.
That's a bigger,
That's
that's kind of a
what I
very
want.
broad.
It's very broad.
Okay.
But wasn't there also a subcommittee and identified items? I mean, I remember seeing this, I can't remember the
Well,
details.
That's when we were supposed to be meeting twice a month.
Yeah.
Now we're not.
We started,
Okay.
we didn't get it
All right.
Yeah.
rolling. Okay, so this is more of what's the top priorities from a strategy standpoint we should be taking on.
Yeah, and there is,
We meant,
in the annual report
Yeah.
I prepared, there were goals at the back of that.
At a formal meeting.
And in the master plan, there's a matrix, and that, we could start there if we want, but,
That'd be helpful.
you know, so, okay. Everybody ready?
Everybody
Good?
knows it?
All right, I just had one question.
Mm.
I'd like to get an explanation of the buffering opacity of
Oh,
80%. As part of the PUD review process, we've been going around looking at different projects, and in the plans, it says the buffering meets at the 80% opacity, and we go out there, and I'm very disappointed at the
Opacity?
lack of thickness.
there's no opacity, it's not opaque. It's
So,
like 10%.
and I've read the ordinance, and I know what it says, and it sort of defines it, but how does it actually work in real practice? And Megan, I know to get you to do it's gonna cost money, probably. Brian, maybe you can do it for us.
I can probably explain it.
Yeah.
Why it something may not be opaque, and a lot of it has to do with species that somebody's picking, like, especially along a parking lot, where somebody put arborvitaes in and, the salt killed it. Lack of, site plan compliance, back in those days. I'm pretty sure that's 98% of it.
Okay.
Can you
all
also
honesty.
give us an explanation of what we should expect? Like, maybe a picture of something or something, like,
What it really looks like?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
okay, good.
thought you were gonna ask, how do you police it now? How do you go back
Oh, yeah.
and do something about
That's
it?
a little harder. Well, okay, so the background came up was it Walters Lake that runs across from the school in this new development, and there's trees like every 50 feet or something, and the trees are about this big, right? And we don't understand how that, maybe in 30 years they'll be grown together and nice and but it's like,
Well,
It probably wasn't an area that needed to be 80%, it was just required landscaping.
and maybe that's what that, maybe that's just.
But again, in Walden, phase one, that backs up to Walden
Lake.
Glens, it was represented in the presentation, it would meet 80% opacity. And you go back there, and
They haven't even installed all the landscaping yet.
backing up to Walden's Glen, it's all done.
No, it's not. They don't even have final grade on a lot of that.
Oh, because we did a deep dive
But
and we were
the-
looking at all the language, it's like what we see now doesn't feel or look like what they've
The-
agreed to.
But the lawn's in.
I know, but there's still we're going through as-built right now, so there's a lot that has
They
been
didn't put
installed.
in. It's not, even though it looks like it's complete, they didn't meet the obligation of
Yeah, they're
what they
not-
needed to do, is what he's saying.
Yeah, they're still gonna have to install more landscaping.
And you still have escrow.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
in bonds, like $9 million in bonds.
Oh,
So, that's the carrot that we hold.
Nothing's been signed off over there at all in any phase,
Okay.
correct?
Nope.
Okay.
I don't know that was super clear when we were discussing everything. I thought everyone's living there, there's a bunch of people, so we figured certificate of occupancy means you can live there now,
Yeah.
right? And
It's
that-
only
that's
in the
just a
house.
misunderstanding.
It's
And
only in
that's
the
where,
house.
Yeah.
with Clearview, and I don't wanna get in the weeds with this, but
Yeah.
Clearview we haven't gone through the as-built process with phase 2 of Eagle Ridge Estates. So, he thinks we have because we only did an as-built on utilities, okay? But once all the homes are in and the landscaping's in, that typically alters drainage courses that were designed on the plan. So we get an overall as-built, and we have to review that. And then Jason's very meticulous. They go out when there's a rain event, they observe out in the field, as well as just looking at a drawing to know that grades work, they function, and there's no pooling or ponding. and they haven't been released from their soil erosion permit. So a lot of the complaints about flooding in Eagle Ridge is because the silt fabric is still in the grates. And that's the county's responsibility. But, you know, that's why there's a whole process, and they've been begging me for a month, or, you know, for almost a year, to give them their money back on their bonds, and I won't do it, because I know there's issues over there.
That's
So,
good to know, yeah.
you know, and until they give us an overall as-built, we're not, I mean, we hold the cards.
Good.
Good.
Great.
Okay.
So-
Brian, if you could do that next month, but, you know, if you can't, I'd like it done reasonably so, the 80% opacity.
Kind of yeah, okay.
Okay,
I make
anybody
a
else got
motion-
anything?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
So maybe.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed?
I got it.
Thank you.